illustration of the social democratic idea.
Initially, in the mind of Norwegians, Snøhetta is a mountain. It's really not a design and architectural practice. And this mountain is a sort of a gravity point of Norway. So if you put your finger up at where the mountain Snøhetta is located, the whole of Norway would balance in weight.
I don't even know, like, this is like a story that I've been told. And then I've kind of like made it my own, but that's allowed in Snøhetta, so it's okay. The whole reason for why we're called Snøhetta is this philosophy of that everyone can go to Snøhetta, but no one can take Snøhetta with them. So it's kind of like this same philosophy about like nature of Norway, where it's for everyone. It's not something that we own.
There's someone owning this lake and also these surroundings. They're an owner, private owner, but everybody can walk in these forests.
By keeping the nature publicly accessible, you also say that you can own the ground, but it doesn't really only belong to you. And that is beautiful because that's how one should look at Earth and the Earth per se.
This same philosophy is also applied to the way we approach our projects. Like the Opera House, the architecture allows everyone to use it.
You can sit, lay down, have your food. You can even, people skate on it. You can walk on it, although it doesn't belong to you legally. So intimacy in a moment generates ownership. Now, for instance, now I'm sitting on this chair. So while I'm sitting on this chair, it's my chair. But once I go away, it's the chair of the Opera House.
The cultural experience used to be only for the elite. But what we did by just being able to use the building, you are straight away more close to what happens on stage and the culture behind it.
You become part of the Opera House even though you don't necessarily have visited any performances. And the roof of the Opera House is utilizing this right of roaming, you could say. If you want to connect to something, you also have to be able to use it. Like the Wild Reindeer Pavilion, it's part of a series that we have called keyless structures, meaning places without a lock. You can walk in and out, it's open. You don't have to ask anyone, you just go. And that in itself is a virtue of openness and inclusiveness. That's when things are starting to get equal. And the funny thing is, we wanted maybe people to take out their knives and engrave certain messages in the wood, but they don't. So the larger public feel that they should be taking care of it. Now, part of the discussions we were having with Opera House on the whiteness of the opera is that it will be sprayed down by graffiti artists. Nothing. Not one piece. You protect it, because it's also partially yours.
The Norwegian nature is owned by everyone. Once we come into nature, we get kind of stripped from everything that we are. We become equals. We're not defined by our job, our positions, our cars, or our house. We are just humans.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
can start.
You can start.
Yeah. So, who will start now? I think.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Om. May God bless everyone, bring peace, wisdom, and harmony. I think these are more required things than intelligence and knowledge now. Today, we are going to talk about constitution for metaverse. Because we like constitutions. Constitution is not a new concept. If you go back in history, and you will find that in Greek civilization, they used to have more than 100 types of constitutions. So it was always a very fancy idea that can we govern our people through constitution. Then it failed. In Roman Empire, we didn't see much influence of the constitution, and then after 4th century, I think the first constitution maybe came in quite late, 18th, 19th century. So we survived without constitutions for almost like half of our civilization. But then we got this idea that yes, we need constitution. Then we designed our constitutions, and our constitutions are based on some very liberal ideas like the democracy, rule of law, and it worked very well. In physical world, more or less, many people might feel why, it's not working because still we are seeing a lot of wars and this war, that war, but they need to go back in history and see that we used to have maybe 10 to 20 times more war. Countries are still going for war and they will keep going, but within that country, people can resist, people can protest that we don't want to go for war or we support this war because of the constitutional provisions. Constitution gives them right to say yes or no, and Constitution gives them right to change the government in most of the countries. But then when we move from the physical world to virtual world, from 2D to 3D, then things started changing. Because we are very used to have the experience of 2D. We know what is 2D. But when we move to 3D, we love it, we like it, but still we don't know how to react, how to behave, and what are the psychological, social, and political consequences of 3D world. This is a new development, but we are all excited. So research says that by 2026, more than 70% of students in UK, they will be in the virtual world, in the 3D world for at least 1 hour in a day. And I think if you want to experience the 3D world, please go to Meta. I think they are giving you free experience of Ray-Ban. It's a very good marketing. So it's everywhere. And that's the future. I think the mobile or devices which we are having right now, very soon they will be in museum. Maybe next 10, 15, 20 years, we will be a museum of mobiles. And then there will be a virtual world where people will be interacting. This is the future, whether we like or not. So we are moving to 3D. This is certain, no doubt. And the biggest achievement of AI would not be generative AI. People are losing interest in generative AI. But the biggest achievement of AI would be how to bring human experience, in the 3D world. Can you touch and feel? Can you have the same experience of through 2D in 3D? That would be the biggest achievement of AI. So it's going to happen. Now we want to regulate it. This is like normal human reaction. Whenever something new comes, we say, let's regulate it. And then for the regulation, we have different types of ways, all well-tested formulas, which we started developing in 19th century. Then we did very perfection in the last century, where we were able to make some very good laws and regulations at the international and regional level. and we want to try the same formula for 3D world. But I don't think that it's going to work, because in the 21st century, I'm talking about 2030, when we will be in real 3D world, and most of us will be living in that 3D world for at least few hours in a day. That time, I think this idea will be very relevant, maybe not now, but this idea is getting momentum that do we need constitution for the metaverse? And when I say constitution, it's not about laws and regulations. Please let me know when it's only 1 minute left. I'm a professor of law, so it's very difficult to stop, like we like to give lecture for 1 hour, 2 hours, and you guys are listening me, so this is more dangerous. If you keep watching your mobile, then I say, oh, they are not interested, but you are listening me. Thank you very much. Please let me know when it's a 1 minute.
Yes,
Okay, good. So constitution, first we need to understand the meaning of constitution. The meaning of constitution in Greek civilization was very different. When the Plato, Aristotle, and the Greek philosophers, they talked about what is the best way of governing the people. And then they started designing constitution. And even the Plato studied around 200 constitutions in small states. But that meaning was not like it would be binding on the king. It's more guiding factor for the king. But now the modern constitution, at least in most of the countries, is about that constitution is supreme. The political forces or any force within the state is not about the constitution. And it means that constitution is not a book. Because we have constitution in some very interesting countries. I don't want to name them. You know them. So having an election or having a written constitution or having some press or some media doesn't make someone, a country having real constitution. So it's more about the spirit of constitution. The spirit of constitution is nothing but human, people. If people are buying that constitution, then constitution sustains. If people are not giving respect to that constitution, then other forces will prevail. So constitution is not supreme, the people's will is supreme. So when I talk about this globalization, and definitely we are moving back now. So I'm sorry to say this is IGF, and I have great respect for IGF, because why I love this organization or this conference, because I meet good people. They are normal people. They are the people who are working on ground. They are not people who are working at top. There are some 10, 20%. We also need them, for some symbolic reasons. But we have most of the people who are on ground. They are working for the people, with the people.
Yeah, Michael.
It's done. I will stop here.
Okay. So taking from my friend, whatever he has to say, the constitution itself, the fundamental law of any country, and in most of the civilized countries now. But I'd start with an anecdote. A few years ago, I saw a meme on Facebook where a child was talking to a former US president. Where a child had a question for the former US president. Are you snooping on us? The president asked, who told you? The child said, my dad says so. Prompt came the reply, he's not your dad. He's not your dad. So this is what I'm going to talk about. The concerns arising out of the growing impact of information technology, artificial intelligence, and in the world of metaverse. Now, 8 decades have elapsed since the Universal Declaration on Human Rights have been declared. Now, the very potent question to this day is that Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which were declared in 1948, is still all-encompassing to this day. Now, with the complexities that has arisen out of digitization, has those been responded by way of evolution of those universal human rights, the fundamental rights? Fundamental rights, what is so fundamental about it? Of course, the aspect of inalienability of the fundamental rights. They are inalienable. They cannot be deprived of. Certain essential elements of the natural rights, the human rights, the civil, political, and economic rights inform these fundamental rights. The big question is before us. The digital space, of course, is not a lawless zone, but it is enough to safeguarding those fundamental rights. Are we all protected in the age of AI? The answer is no. Now, as our involvement in metaverse is deepening, safeguarding human rights is becoming increasingly critical. Our privacy, freedom of expression, identity, access to information is being affected by it. To my mind, it comes that human rights should be unaffected by the nature of technology. Physical space intersect with the rights in the virtual environments. But what if each country tries to control its own metaverse space? I think it will be problematic because some countries might differ on the definition of the metaverse, on the definition of freedom of speech and expression, on the definition of information. In this parallel world that we are living, we have our physical self, but we are also having our digital identity and digital persona. Now, it is very important that by evolution or better interpretation of those Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we regulate, we ensure the protection of our digital identity, our digital persona, which are simultaneously protected in the virtual world as they are in the physical world. To name a few, the right to be forgotten by any website, the right to disconnect from the digital platforms, to erase one digital's footprint, or the right to be shielded from automated decision-making by algorithms. I was speaking to my friend over phone about a Rado watch that I should get from here or maybe from Helsinki when I go back to India. The next day, ads were flashing all over my social media. Rado watches, Rolex watches, Omega. So what is this? We are being heard. Every now and then we are being heard. Do you think we need to be protected in that way? Because our decision is being influenced by the artificial intelligence. At this point of time, it is important for an intergovernmental forum which does not affect the sovereignty of any nation. It is imperative that we develop an international dialogue. If we are doing it, we are not doing it enough. Maybe the nation should come together in terms of evolving a policy where a common ground is set and all those common grounds, common elements should inform our respective fundamental rights in our respective nations. So there is a need to develop a constitution for metaverse. Constitution for interpersonal relationship, for the public laws are very much in place. But there should be a constitution for metaverse. It is not new to United Nations to come with covenants. We have international covenants on civil and political rights. We have international covenants on child rights. So why not international covenants on regulation of fundamental rights? So certain aspects can be included in that, like informing those constitution, like setting up minimum privacy standards for virtual reality devices, requiring transparency about data use. Whichever company or authority is soliciting your data, They should disclose that how your data is going to be used, and you should be apprised of it summarily, not in a big document where you tend to skip and tick agree at the end of it. So we have various stakeholders like this companies, civil society, and an international organization. They can come together and they can help us shape this common values as to the regulation of the metaverse. I would now hand over to my friend, colleague Utkarsh, who would be talking about the foundational principles that these rights should comprise of and some other aspects that he has to delve deep into it. Over to you, Utkarsh.
All right. Firstly, thank you so much for that. A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Utkarsh Leo. You can call me Leo for the ease of pronouncing my name. The objective of this talk today is to give you an understanding about how the metaverse should be regulated. Okay? If you look at what the law is nothing but a set of rules that incentivizes behavior, right? In a way, law without sanctions has no value. And we see that the society where we're living in, because of these rules and regulations, things tend to be in order, right? But now what's happening is, firstly, after the internet revolution, once we are entering into Web 3.0, we have the metaverse, right? A 3D world which is interactive, a 3D world that is immersive. And if you've been following the news, what you will find is that there are offenses happening in this world. For instance, a few months ago, there was a person who was pinned down by digital avatars and was violated in the metaverse, right? So this does raise questions about whether the laws that we have right now, are they fit for regulating the metaverse? Because if you look at real-world laws, they are based on geography. They are based on some form of physical presence. Consider murder. If murder happens, there is generally a dead body. There is a crime scene, perhaps a weapon, etc., etc. Can we replicate a same scenario in the metaverse? Well, technically, no one has died. So is the current world law fit enough to regulate murder in the metaverse because no one is dying? But what if I say that if I destroy your digital identity altogether, if I harass you to a point where you suffer from grave psychological trauma, can that be replicated or mimicked to some real-world offense? Okay? Even, think about sexual assault. A lot of that is happening in the metaverse. If you look at any definition of sexual assault, it does require some form of physical proximity or some kind of physical contact. But in the metaverse, that is not there. So there is a need to question on how should this be regulated. Are current world laws enough to regulate it? If yes, which laws are? Which court has jurisdiction? I'm not sure if everyone here has a law background, but anyone who's done conflict of laws understand that claiming jurisdiction has been quite a battle. I come from a Commonwealth nation, and judges often are innovative in terms of finding ways to get jurisdiction in a case, right? So step one is to look at whether the metaverse can be regulated with the current set of laws. Well, if that's the case, I would like to draw a parallel to how the internet was regulated or was proposed to be regulated. When the internet was launched, or as it was called, the cyberspace at that point, the idea was to make it a free place, a place that is free from the sovereign restrictions of countries, a place that has its own set of rules. But as we have started to use the internet more and more in our day-to-day lives, we all know that the internet is not completely free. It's not operating in legal vacuum. It does operate under a set of laws. For instance, I'm basically from India, so if you say something against the government, then perhaps that message can be taken down, right? So because servers and other forms of infrastructure are present in the real world. So the courts and laws do play a critical role in terms of making sure that the internet is governed by a set of rules. If I say that if the internet is already being governed, why do we need a separate governance for the metaverse? Well, the real answer is because the metaverse is different from what the internet was. The internet was mostly 2D, whereas the metaverse is 3D, more immersive because of haptic technology, even though sexual assault is not really happening in person, but with haptic technology, the person can definitely undergo psychological trauma. So if a person is undergoing psychological trauma, then there has to be a set of laws that regulates that very behavior. So a lot has been written on this topic, and I think Jesse Valenti has done some very good work in terms of proposing how the metaverse should be regulated. So he argues that if you look at the metaverse, and if you consider that it should be regulated in the very same way the internet was regulated, that argument falls flat because the internet and the metaverse are two separate things. Even though we are interacting over the internet, for instance, over Twitter or over LinkedIn, but that interaction is nothing in comparison to the immersive experience authored by the metaverse, right? So he says that there is a need to treat the metaverse as a separate jurisdiction. And this separate jurisdiction is, again, not completely lawless, but it needs to form a model which governs the relationship in a manner that works best for everyone. So, for instance, if you look at a more centralized-based model, wherein there is one company, let's, just for the sake of saying, let's say if Meta has all control over the metaverse, then in a way we're leading towards a more monopolistic form of a world where perhaps suppression can happen, right? Even though it could be good from a unified standpoint, let's say perhaps because of a unified vision and also having access to infrastructure, but then it can create problems. Other proposals say that let's have a very decentralized world which focuses on blockchain technology and a distributed consensus-based model to make sure that rights in the metaverse are regarded and respected. But both of them have their own positives and negatives. So the approach that is suggested is that it's better to have a hybrid model wherein you may have a central entity, but at the same time, certain rights are recognized through blockchain and distributed consensus-based mechanisms. And all of this, remember, is not happening in the vacuum of laws, because you definitely need court supervision or domestic jurisdiction in the regular world to make sure that if let's say some sort of sexual assault is happening in the metaverse, then there has to be actions in the real world because they're both interconnected. Right? So I think with better dispute resolution methods incorporated in the metaverse, what Eleanor Rostrom mentioned in terms of polycentric governance, I think the way is right, but then we must be sure that to create this model, we need a hybrid structure with respects rights, and at the same time is different from how the internet is regulated.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Perfect indeed. So, if we have some questions, we can take questions for the next, we have 6 minutes left.
Yeah.
It was a very, very interesting presentation from all three of you. And I have a question specifically with regard to the challenge of jurisdiction, but also potential crimes happening in the metaverse. Do you already have knowledge or examples of criminal situations that have happened in the virtual world and have been brought before judges, or and how they have been solved in practice? Because I'm intrigued as to the decisions on jurisdictions, control. I really do see effectively the need for clarification, at least in the regulation, specifically affecting the metaverse. But when it comes to rights,
right.
I mean, and you say the same rights that apply offline apply online. Obviously, it's a matter of adapting them to the new reality, the same way as when the right to privacy was established, there were no computers, so eventually we had to elaborate on data protection. But it wasn't, now it is coded, but it wasn't a new right. It was a natural evolution of the previous right. So I would question that in terms of rights, we probably need to clarify and extend. But specifically, yes, I'm interested to hear if there are cases, practical cases that have been brought to justice or are being investigated that you know of and that pose these questions. Thank you.
All right. Firstly, brilliant question, right? So my response to that has an answer and has a clarification. So with your question regarding offenses happening in the metaverse that is being investigated, I can give you an example from England, where I teach. I think in 2024, there was this influencer who came down to the police and said that my digital avatar in the metaverse was sexually assaulted by a group of other avatars in the metaverse. And right now, I think Crown Prosecution Services, the police is investigating this dimension, because let's face it, real-world laws right now, they require, the very definition of sexual assault requires some form of physical proximity. If you do a quick search on what sexual assault is, it will definitely say that. So that is currently being investigated. Additionally, there are a bunch of other crimes also, perhaps financial-related crimes that happen in the metaverse connected to money laundering, or let's say for tax evasion purposes or for stealing digital identity. A lot of them are available and have been reported. I can't give you a name on the top of my head, but I definitely do know that in 2024, the police in England are investigating a case wherein an avatar claimed that she was sexually assaulted by a group of people, and the impact was so realistic that she still suffers from PTSD. Right? So that was the response. I hope I have answered it. If you want some more information, perhaps I can research and give it to you. The second clarification, just 1 second. I think the second part of the question was what you mentioned in quotes, that what laws are online should also remain, what laws remain offline should also be available online. Rights. What rights are offline should also remain online. Well, I never said that. Okay? I think what's interesting is that the EU, through the Digital Services Act, has made that clear that, if there are certain rights which are available in the offline world, they should also be available in the online world. I tend to disagree, and in fact, I'm corroborated by Jesse Vellante, who also tends to make a similar argument. While those rights are similar, they're not exactly the same. So, for instance, look at murder, right? If a person dies in the real world, the person does die. So that person's existence is gone. Even though I completely agree that in this digital environment, when a person dies, his digital avatar dies. But is it possible that that avatar comes back to life again? Well, unless and until we fully believe in reincarnation, in the real world, it's not possible, but I think in the digital world it is. You can, for instance, think about email addresses. One's gone, I'll have the next one. Now, additionally to this point...
Utkarsh, we have one question.
Just 1 second.
No, time is up. We have another question. Stop, please.
So, regarding virtual identity verification, a lot is being done. So I suggest...
It's difficult to stop professors, I know. That's why I'm doing it. Please don't mind.
No, that's fine.
My name is Octavian Shofransky. I'm at the Council of Europe in Strasbourg. Very, very important topic you're bringing to the stage of IGF, the regulation actually, and broader the ethics of the metaverse, the future virtual reality that is being built. Many of these questions that you are raising have been also reflected in a recent report that the Council of Europe together with IEEE published last year, entitled The Metaverse Impact on Human Rights, Democracy and the Rule of Law. So I'm coming closer to the question. Of course, people will probably go more and more to the metaverse to experience things that they cannot otherwise experience in the real world. For instance, massive traveling. But also other things that they might want to do, like violence, which they cannot do in this world. And of course, in terms of impact, a war in the real world produces a lot of loss of lives and destruction. A war in the metaverse doesn't lead to, or necessarily to the loss of life. The question is, how do we extend the limits of ethics in the virtual world to accommodate this need or this need of people to go for experiences that they cannot experience in the real world into the metaverse, and still have society regulated by norms and some kind of extended ethics.
Okay, so may I respond?
Yeah,
1
please.
minute, then you respond. Okay, then you'll over. See, I think in the 21st century now, the entire game is the mind. Okay, the physical world is diminishing. So maybe you will see less and less physical crime in next 25 years, 30 years. When people won't go out, they will do less physical activities, then definitely crime will reduce over there. First, we need to understand the changing nature of the world. So far, we believe that the world is only real, like the physical world. Once we accept that there is a virtual world, and there are a lot of things are happening in the virtual world as they happen in the physical world, then this difference will not be there. Okay. Second point, the psychological. The biggest issue in next 20, 30 years would be how to keep people happy, away from depression, anxiety, suicide, and all these, mental issues. So I believe that until unless we don't appreciate that the mind, that virtual world, the mind is virtual, it's not physical. What I think, what I speak is very virtual. It's not physical. Physical is my body. Okay, you can see my body, but not my mind. You can see my brain, but not my mind. So brain is physical, mind is non-physical. So once we accept, admit, then I think we can follow more or less same type of rules. I don't think that we need to create some different animal. We have very settled rules, regulations, organizations. We just need to change our mindset. Then I believe our existing rules and institutions can take care of at least 90% problems. 10% problems we will see in future.
Yeah. You talked about ethics. It's the common values that we come into, a consensus that we develop. A thing that is wrong in any country is equally wrong in another country. It may not be so possible in the physical world because the definition of the crime varies. But there is the good thing about this metaverse and the information technology is that there are certain things which is evil in particular domain is evil elsewhere as well. So I don't think there will be much of a challenge to come up with common values. So once we identify that these are the dimensions or the facets that we are intend to regulate by way of common laws or coming up with a common consensus, then it would be very easy to frame or inform or include those laws in our respective countries. So the first step should be the identification of all those common values, common goals that we intend to protect, like privacy, the use of the information, your digital identity, your digital persona, right not to be impersonated. So these are certain common things, common values that we need to have a consensus upon, and I think that would set the task easier to come up with a common laws.
May I just add an addition? Okay.
I think
That's fine. Thank you.
I think the time is up, and of course, some of us, we can continue this conversation over a cup of coffee. And we have a lot to discuss and a lot to share and hear from you as well. Thank you so much for being a patient audience. Thank you very much.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Some online watchers, so viewers in the joining this session. It's great to be here in this open stage. I will present a new topic, a different topic that we have been discussing this morning today. It's about cultural heritage and how we can preserve it using the collaboration from everyone. So I will start by introducing a little bit of my background, because I think it's important. Because this talk and this project I will present is something personal, something I developed myself because I'm some curious, and perhaps you have the same, let's say the same initiative, the same request or the same ideas when you have you travel abroad or you are visiting a new city, and you see in the streets the names, the plaques representing the name of the streets and the different places, right? And you figure out why this is this person representing the street, representing the place, or who was this politician, or why this animal is giving the name to this street. So I wondered this when I was in many places, right? And I decided to look into these details and find information and try to do some, let's say, a easy way to understand the reality of the cities and the past and the history of the cities. So basically, the cultural heritage of the city or the heritage of the city. So I've been, basically, I'm an IT engineer with a lot of experience with web standards. I've been working in W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, for 15 years. Always related to standards, interoperability, also advocating for open data, because this is very important. Open data, the public information that is held by the public administrations, the archives, the libraries. Yeah, these public assets that by definition are public, are for the citizens, are by the citizens, and can help us to create and to understand this cultural heritage of the local places and cities, towns, in a global scale. Also, something important is that I've been following some of the, helping some of the governments and worldwide, specifically in Europe, in Spain, to define these open data strategies. So how they can release the open data, the public resources, to help third parties like myself as a citizen to create applications or projects like the one I will present here today. And also, as I told you at the beginning, I'm a local heritage enthusiast. So I want to promote the cultural heritage in my city. Everyone is proud of the culture, right? Our cultures. The communities, we are focused on preserving the culture. So the culture is something that identifies basically the community or a specific collective of people. So we need to preserve, we need to, it's part of the activities we need to do. And this project I'm going to present is something that it began when I moved to Belgium. I'm from Spain, and I moved to Belgium. And I moved to the Flemish part of Belgium. They speak Flemish, variant of Dutch, very difficult for me. So it was a nightmare at the beginning. So I tried to understand all the remaindings they had about the Middle Ages and the huge and rich culture they have, and the cultural heritage they have in their cities, right? And they have a lot of artworks. They have a lot of, I don't know, many information around. But it was very difficult to understand for me. So you can find a specific plaque with information about the artwork or the figure representing the specific milestone in the history, but I couldn't understand. But this might happen in all the places worldwide. Everyone is proud of their culture. It could be artworks. It could be important people in the past. It could be even, I don't know, museums or gastronomy, botanics. So everyone is proud of something they have locally. And they will be able to promote it globally using the technologies, right? The internet and the ICT, the IT technologies, right? So as I told you, when you are walking around, I was walking around in my city, in Leuven, every asset, every touristic place around was in Dutch. So very difficult for me to understand. It's not accessible. It's not only because of the language, also for people with some different functionalities, blind people or someone that cannot access to read these plaques, they have difficulties to understand what happened there or what is the asset that was there, right? So it's something that we need to solve, and we can solve very easily. Also, we have some hidden gems around the city that only locals might know. For instance, you can see or in the slide one tree that is part of the culture of the city, and it's very difficult to find. There is a small plaque in behind the tree, but it's very difficult to find unless someone tells you that is an important or represents an important milestone of the city. So we need to provide something. We need to do something, right? And we see that ICTs are our ally to represent the information, to collect the information, preserve the information, and also to publish the information and represent the information publicly. So we can use ICT to preserve and promote and understand the heritage. So we have in our devices, we have the capability to access to more context, who we are, the language we speak, which is the context where we are based right now, the geolocation and the things we like. And we can use this context to find the information we like and to represent something or to find better ways to represent, in this case, the heritage around us. So another example that it was interesting for me at the beginning, this is the picture, or representing the picture of a church that is called the Unfinished Church. And what this was for. There is some history that, or you can read something if you understand Dutch, that history that, they tried to build a much larger, a much bigger church, something like this. But it's something interesting, right? We don't see this information. You cannot see this information unless you go to the Wikipedia or the archives of the city and find this kind of information. And this was how, or this is how the church would look like if they could finish. It was a problem of the, let's say, the ground, and it was an architectural problem. So with ICT, we can help citizens, people around, visitors, to understand what was the heritage of the city. So, as I told you, more context and better ways to represent. And also, something very important, as I told you before, accessibility. We can provide better ways to provide this information, to express this information to all people, independently on the different needs and requirements they have. If they are blind, if they have some mobility problems, we can use these technologies, as you know, augmented reality, metaverse, or something simple as this project, as I will present. This project is called Heritage In. And this is something, it's not commercial, it's open source, it's something that you can use. And what we try to do, or what I tried to do, was maximizing these technologies in a very simple way, no cost at all. So using the basic open source information, the open data information, so the public information in the archives, in the newspapers, also published on the web, in the Wikipedia or Wikidata, and using some tools to help the community, which is the most important part for this talk, how the community can contribute to the original data to create a better resource and to express better the story about the history of this asset you want to represent. It's something that it aims to be sustainable, so low cost, very easy to maintain, using open source for everyone to innovate with it. And if you want to expand the use case, you can create a better your better idea, even monetize the idea. And also, as I always mention, more accessible, trying to be inclusive to all communities, multilingual, and also providing more accessibility for representing the data. So this is basically the outcome. You can see in the slide the one screenshot of a simple application you can use in your mobile phone And just scanning a QR code or just placing or going around the city, you can be recommended some places around you that are special for this place. So in this project, we try to collect and represent local assets to the global community. So this is a methodology and a set of tools that can be implemented by anyone. So it's important here in this forum because it's totally related to one of the SDGs, in concrete the 11 and the goals 4, how to preserve the cultural heritage. But in this case, we are not promoting only the cultural heritage. As I told you, it's promoting all kind of heritage you can have in your community. It could be related to geography, I don't know, museums, botany, whatever you need, or whatever you have. So at a glance, the methodology that basically it's to show that this is feasible, so the collaboration and the open source and open data is feasible to preserve this, the cultural heritage worldwide. So this is basically the summary of the methodology. At the beginning, you can clone, so replicate, download the specific project, and just use it. You can use it whatever you want. It's open source, so you only need to access the internet and get the source code and the templates you can use. You have some databases that you can just modify and from using some basic spreadsheets, and you can translate the spreadsheet to the specific database format. You can customize the app, the basic application, changing colors, modifying let's say the look and feel of the application, and after that, just upload the specific resources you have and start the collaboration. You can run the application and start the collaboration with the rest of the community, the rest of the citizens or the rest of the visitors that are around. As I told you at the beginning, the most important part of the preserving the heritage or the cultural heritage could be your neighbor, yourself, your grandfather, that they always know some story about that place, about that person, about this asset, right? So just emphasizing a little in the database and how we can customize the application. So very simple way. So some code, you don't need to understand the code, but you see that it's very simple to change. Even we can create some tools on top of this to avoid just writing the code specifically. So this is only the information that you have to, let's say, customize for your own application, for a new application from scratch. So creating or adding some new colors or changing the names, changing the attribution, let's say, texts, and also, all the information you want to add, this description of the application, just changing how to customize this. This is another example you can see there. In this case, it's an example with the collaboration of the Web Museum in the city of Antwerp in Belgium with Open Air Museum with some statues in the Open Air Museum. So you can see that you can create for many purposes. So this is the configuration file, very simple to understand and to update. You can customize the colors, the languages, the icons in minutes, and the application is ready in seconds. You only need to include some points of interest, the ones that you need to, for sure, this is something that is the most important part, and you can rely on the open data resources you have in the municipality, in the archives, around you, or just starting from scratch from some templates. And at the end, you will have something like this. This example, it's the application you can see in your smartphone. You can play in some other devices. So far, the application, apart from the methodology, you have the application in 3 formats: progressive web application, a native app using the Open Harmony operating system, or a mini app, which is a new form of small applications, light applications to run on the devices. So the application is ready in seconds. You can export whatever in whatever format you need, or just run on the web. I said in seconds. In reality, it's in minutes, right? I did a test yesterday. Now that we have AI, generative AI, right? So when I created the application, it was a bit tougher. So it said at the beginning, it said this slide was about 1 hour or half a day. Now it's minutes. So we can use something like this. It's amazing. This is just one example. You can replicate with whatever model your engine, AI engine you want. OK, let me show me the top touristic attractions. This is the touristic attractions in Oslo. And in this case, DeepSeek showed some of the results, right? OK, you can order, you can ask different things. I told the AI engine, OK, model in the way I want. So give me the latitude, longitude, so the coordinates, the title, the description. Give me a couple of links if I need more information, external information. Also, the link of an open image from the Wikipedia or whatever you find it. And after that, give me the specific format I want. The template, as I told you before, as I showed you before. So this is something like we got. And at the end, we had this. I told this engine to give me a set of 10 or 15 elements to represent this. And in a couple of minutes, I got this. So the full list of, or the top list, according to the AI engine in Oslo, with something, showing the application with information, contextual information about, once you open the application, it will tell you how far you are from this point of interest. The information, description, the title, a nice picture. If you tap on the specific card of this asset, you have more information, more descriptive information, also the map to help you to go to this place, and more information, useful information to understand, to share, and the most important, asking experts for input. If it is wrong, or if you can expand the information we have here, we want to have the collaboration from everyone. So as I told you, this information at the beginning was collected by public archives or the Wikipedia or whatever open data source you can have. But the important part is enriching from the community. Their local communities, the local experts, or the normal citizen that is walking around and they know something about this place. And at the end, also, you can include many things like sharing the information or whatever. So you can expand the topics, you can expand the application. And can apply to any type of heritage, not only cultural heritage or, as I told you, the botanics or geography or geology or whatever, right? This was another example. The famous and the illustrious women in Paris. So another example I created in several minutes just to show that this is possible. One example I will skip because we are running out of time, just to show the full application, how it is, but basically I described it before. But something very important, you can adapt the application to a specific artworks or resources. This was one of the adaptations of the application to cover one specific artwork that is showing the expansion of the universe, so the Big Bang, considering the context, the spatial and temporal context. So represented in a big city, in a big circle, you can walk around the city and the application will tell you where you are in time since the origin of the universe. And it's represented by different galaxies. So it's very advanced. It's related to astronomy. So you see that it's another topic. But it's adapted to a new need. And in this case, supported by the specific community that is the enthusiast for astronomy. So just to summarize, what we want is preserving the local heritage. We all have local heritage, but globally. And we can do it in a easy way, very low-cost way, using open data, open source, involving everyone, involving the community, involving our friends, the local community that they are the experts, and exposing everything in a timely and accessible way to everyone. It's important to build some infrastructures for this, like, yeah, if you want to create something, if you want to replicate something on top of this platform, now I can give you the permission to use it, but if you want to do it globally, we need some support, someone that can host the servers and the infrastructure in general. And also policies, because, you know, if you want to use the first information, the first resources, this open data, as I told you, that it's the first, let's say, the first raw data you can add into the application, you need to be granted, and you have to at least to have a specific open data policy for using this. And yep, at the end, what we need is the collaboration from the civil society, the public bodies, the academia, that they are the experts, that they can also research on the topics. But the most important part is involving everyone from the street to make the most of this preservation of the heritage and cultural heritage. Thank you.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage, from the Norwegian Olympic and Paralympic Committee and Confederation of Sports, Sturla Frøyland.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. My name is Sturla Frøyland, and I'm here to share our story on how we organized the digital governance surrounding our movement on a national scale and created the basis of a sustainable ecosystem of reusable building blocks and data towards all the inhabitants in all parts of our country here in Norway, as well as catering for the common administrative needs of all the clubs and federations we have in sports. In my role as head of innovation in Norway's largest voluntary-based organization, we have created the starting point of a co-creation arena with shared and master data with the ambition of making it easier for everyone to become a part of activities in sports and the social arenas we offer. It makes it easier to collaborate, create value, and contribute to the infrastructure as a service which we have towards the society today. Let me start off with an introduction to our organization. The Norwegian Olympic and Paralympic Committee and Confederation of Sports is the umbrella organization for organized sports in Norway. We are a grassroots-based civil society movement built on voluntarism, inclusion, diversity of activities, and participators for everyone, regardless of ambition level. Today, over 30% of Norway's population are members of our organization across all ages and regions. And more than 90% of people, children and youth take part of our organized sports at some point during their upbringing. Our organization goes all the way back to 1861 and has always been a citizen-driven and member-led organization. We are probably the largest NGO per capita in the world. We are 1.86 million memberships in a population of more than 5 million people. And we span across 55 different federations or specific sports. We have 9,000 clubs, 204 different sports, and we are represented in all municipalities and counties of Norway. But how do you unify an organization of nearly 10,000 autonomous, volunteer-led clubs? And what are the challenges along the way? Much of the challenge, all the way from the start, has been to solve the fragmentation of data and services which are provided towards our clubs. Currently, we started with mapping how many different services that was widespread across 9,000 clubs. And it ended up with a very short list of vendors and parties which survived more than 12 months as a business. So we tried to make an ecosystem with sustainable partners which share the data so that we can reuse them and distribute them to the inhabitants of Norway. This was much of the situation in the start. Everyone has an opinion on how to do things, and sometimes it's a good idea, and sometimes it's not. And we tried to see what was the most sustainable way of both collecting data and providing services to our sports organization. In many ways, we saw the spark of this unification starting in the Lillehammer Olympics back in '94. Being the first country in the world being connected to the predecessor of internet, And having the first Olympics after the World Wide Web was invented, we had a great opportunity to make use of that technology and to unify our sports. So a pivotal catalyst for our digital and organizational cooperation came during the Lillehammer Olympics. It was a unifying moment, which sparked a culture of collaboration across our organization and a strong culture for coordination. Our continuous role has since then been to simplify and safeguard the daily life in sports through central and sustainable building blocks, as well as ensuring distribution or redistribution of essential data from a master database, starting with the database of a person, a member, the role, and what kind of qualifications they have to conduct their role. All for to provide a safe environment for the kids in sports in Norway. So this has ended up with having a standardized structure on data, standardized structure on what kind of building blocks we need for the sports environment in Norway, and also a business intelligence platform which the society can use to actually see and predict how the future will be in the communities in Norway based on the activity of the population. So the single point we then launched was a portal nationally to watch all the data and services we collected, which is looking like this, and it's called My Sports. And it created an innovation lab for co-creation, and we are inviting everyone in all sectors of the society to come join us and explore how we can make the future happen. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage, from Digyung, Christina Havdal and Selma Gjendine Oosterbu.
We, the youth, need a place where we can find info and services that we can trust.
Digyung is a collaboration between public sectors and organizations. It gathers verified information and services for youth all in one place.
In a society with an overflow of information, In a society with an overload of information, accessible and trustworthy resources are important.
We are a cross-disciplinary cooperation with 7 ministries working together.
Sometimes it can be difficult to know where to look and for the right information and kind of help and information. There are about 500,000 people between the ages of 13 and 20 in Norway, and there are over 21 million visits to ung.no per year.
On the webpage, Young.no, we have an anonymous question and answer survey. We have 800 articles, social media platforms, chat services, self-help tools, and local support services for youths.
These are confusing years, and being able to ask questions anonymously and get safe and fact-based answers can make a big difference.
Our online question survey are open and available for the youths 365 days a year, with 250 subject experts answering.
Quite often, issues require advice from different types of professionals.
Here you can see all the subject experts working together to give the youths answer across sectors.
At ung.no, we can find answers on all sorts of topics, from physical issues to feelings, education, work, and friendship.
We also have a youth panel with 30 representatives working to improve the quality of the service for the youths. And we have a close dialogue with them, developing all we do in our survey.
We want to read and figure out things for ourselves so that we can find information that helps us make good choices.
Young NO, our webpage, helps you to become self-reliant and confident in navigating in the society. We will help them make informed choices and master life challenges, big and small, and experience a sense of mastery in their own lives. And we help them through 3 different levels of information and help.
Ung.no aims to make life just a bit easier for the young people in Norway.
Together, we are making and building a digital ecosystem for the youths.
The voices and needs of young people should be taken into account when developing digital services in the public sector.
DigYoung leads an intersector portfolio for innovation project in the public sector, developing digital services and tools that empower and support youths.
If you would like to know more about DigYoung and how we work, feel free to visit our stand over there.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, from faktisk.no, Sølve Kuros Karlsen.
Hello, my name is Sølve, as you heard, and I'm representing Faktisk, who was established in 2017. We were a cooperation between 5 different media companies in Norway that was cooperating because there are so few people in Norway. So to manage the economy, we have to cooperate. And we started with the fake news. We had to find the answers. But more and more we see that it's a challenge to find out how to navigate the information. And that way, Faktisk started more and more to verify and to find the information that you're needing to get the good decisions online.
You'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength. You have to be strong. We will stop the steal. This is the people's house!
Angrep på gassrørledninger I Østersjøen.
North Korea or even somebody like the Saudis.
Since it's been blown up, the US has done a load of gas deals.
There are all kinds of smoking guns here.
Jeg følte liksom at noe ikke var helt som det skulle. Шановні захисники.
Only the brave gain independence.
It's important that you save your vote for the November election.
Understand, it's not necessary for people to believe this information. Once they lose trust in their leaders, in mainstream media, in political institutions, in each other.
There is no climate crisis.
The game's won.
Proving that Hamas systematically exploits hospitals.
Ja, det billigere. Bare hvis man fortsetter så det dyrere.
Men det blir jo en motsatt bevisbyrde da.
Det har du helt rett I.
What we see more and more now is that information we are getting all the time is the problem. It's not the trouble to get information, but to get the verified information. And more we also see that we need tools to navigate this. We not only need a media that can cover it and show it, we have our own newsroom, which is fact checkers, that is checking out different things that is posted online. But we also need to empower the people to give them the tools. And that is why we more and more now is working with media literacy together with fact-checking, so that the population of Norway know how to navigate and how to maneuver when they get all this information all the time. Here's the typical how the landscape is looking for young people today. They're getting information from TikTok. And all those videos are kind of looking really nice, all of them. So who are going to trust of them? And this is also really a challenge for young people, also adults, because when someone is saying the same thing but in different ways, how can you know who to trust of them?
Cereal is probably the worst way you can possibly start your morning.
Maybe not. Have a bowl of fruit instead.
Fruit is absolutely terrible for you.
Right, I cannot go wrong with a plate of vegetables. Please, Lord.
You've been told that all vegetables are good for you. That is bullshit.
Oh my God. Gonna have to have a glass of water for breakfast.
Why I stopped drinking water and why you should too.
Just gonna have to fucking brush my teeth and go for a walk.
Your toothpaste is killing you.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It is going to be a good day.
Life is hard, and then you need tools to be updated. And that is why we're working closely with journalists, with scientists, and research to try to find new tools to address those different challenges that we are meeting all the day through our phones. And we have to remember, everything you got of information is impacting your view of life.
In a world where information spreads rapidly, false information is easily circulated. False information can lead us to make poor decisions, cause distrust in the media and authorities, and divide our society. An example of this is myths about health that cause people to avoid vaccinations, or resort to questionable treatment methods, or false rumors that spread fear and hatred. The consequences can be severe, and they are no longer hypothetical. In recent years, we have seen far too many real examples of the division false information can cause. Fortunately, you can help reduce the spread of false information. The key is, first and foremost, to be critical of the content you share yourself. There are especially 4 situations in which critical thinking is crucial. Situation 1. When you don't know the source. Are you unsure if the source is trustworthy? Or is it hard to tell who the source is? Double-check the information with reliable sources before sharing it. Situation 2. When you feel emotionally affected. If a piece of information makes you angry, upset, or provoked, it's harder to be critical. Hold off before sharing and investigate if you can verify the information before sharing it. Situation 3. When the information supports a belief you already hold. No matter how good we are at being critical, it's easier to believe in information when it aligns with our own views, regardless of the origin of the information. In such cases, you should be especially critical. Situation 4. When someone profits from you sharing. Profit is often a motive for spreading false information. Does someone stand to gain financially from the content you're sharing? Who? Be critical of the source's motives and the information they spread. And finally, remember, you are not alone. All around the world, fact-checking organizations exist to help you distinguish between truth and falsehood. In the Nordic countries, we have 4 fact-checking organizations: Faktisk in Norway, Faktabari in Finland, Källkritikbyrån in Sweden, and Checkte in Denmark. So let's help each other. We are united by sharing the facts.
So this is how it looks. We need to cooperate, not only in Norway, but around the world. So hopefully we'll get in touch. We have our stand over there. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, from Digital Public Goods Alliance Secretariat, Liv Marte Nordhaug and Tor Einar Skog from Nibio.
Great to be here. It's a tall order to follow, but I'll try to do it anyway. My name is Liv Nordhaug, and I lead the Secretariat of the Digital Public Goods Alliance. And I have with me here
Tor Einar Skog from NIBIO, the Norwegian Institute of Bioeconomy Research, representing VIPS.
And VIPS is one of the digital public goods that we have in the registry that the Digital Public Goods Alliance Secretariat is maintaining. But I'm going to present the broader picture first, and then Tor Einar is going to give you some nerdy details about what VIPS is and what it does. But it really illustrates the point. And just very quickly, the Digital Public Goods Alliance is a multi-stakeholder alliance that is coming out of a UN Secretary General started high-level panel from 2018. And it's really about bringing countries, organizations of all sorts together around advancing the Sustainable Development Goals through open source software, open content collections, open data, open AI systems, and with open standards as cross-cutting elements. So currently, the DPGA, the Digital Public Goods Alliance, has 44 members from all over the world, many countries, UN entities, open source organizations like Creative Commons, OSI, Open Knowledge Foundation, and also technology stakeholders like GitHub and a number of think tanks. Why does this matter? So you can, if we think about what digital public goods are, they are in a way a subset of the open source universe, where, first of all, they have some sort of relevance for advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, meaning that there is, in a way, some kind of public interest ambition in them. It's a broad tent. There's the Sustainable Development Goals, there's 17 of them, but still, it's a very good tent to be in a way, if you want to make sure you're advancing something that is benefiting society. And then it is the open source element where we look at the licensing, but also documentation, platform independence, and that it's really possible to actually reuse that digital solution, which is more than just the licensing. But the licensing is, of course, a necessary component of that. Last and very important part is do no harm by design, meaning that the solution must have been built in a way which it's minimizing the risk of doing harm by design, that it's been taking into account privacy, how you can protect users, security, and so on. So the secretariat that I lead, we are 12 people that is, we're maintaining certain functionalities on behalf of this community. One of them is the DPG standard that has these 9 criteria that you're seeing on the screen in relation to these components. And solutions that are verified to meet these criteria are then made available on the DPGA registry, or the DPG registry that we maintain as a DPGA. So there you will find more than, So there you will find more than 200 digital public goods that are meeting this standard, and you're going to hear from one of them afterwards, which is a Norwegian digital public good. I picked one from Norway because Norway is hosting IGF, so I thought it was good form to make sure the host country had one. But just very quickly, before I hand over to Tor Einar to go into depth on VIPS, I wanted to mention some of the examples of why we really think digital public goods matter, particularly from a government perspective, but also for other stakeholders, why it makes sense to use and try to both adopt digital public goods, but also share them. First of all, the fact that digital public goods are open source means that you can build on something that someone else has already done, but they adapt it to your specific needs. You can also share back. The other aspect is, and it's a topic that we're hearing in many sessions here at IGF, is the issue of control and sovereignty. Because the fact that you're leveraging open source does not mean that you lose control. The fact that you're sharing open source does not mean that you're losing control. It's actually the other way around. It reduces the risk of you being locked into someone else's system without having the ability to do the strategic changes you need to do and to ensure interoperability, for instance, with other solutions. So, and also you make sure that there are many eyes that can scrutinize and help improve what you have built, so that there's an opportunity to look under the hood, so to speak, which can also benefit you. The customization, the fact that you can then make changes to fit your needs, So again, it can allow you to make something more inclusive, tailor it to your particular needs, but you don't have to build everything from scratch. That goes also to the next point, often faster and cheaper to implement than proprietary solutions. I'm saying often because it's not all the time, but particularly in the long run, again, because of this control and sovereignty aspects as well, that you are able to also then maintain for addressing future needs. And lastly, you can build, particularly from countries that are in the global south, for instance, the opportunity to catalyze local vendor ecosystem development instead of being only on the receiving end of technologies from elsewhere. It's a great opportunity to stimulate and build out that local vendor ecosystem. With that, I want to, just lastly, these are some stats about digital public goods. We have more than 200 available, as I said. There's almost 200 countries using digital public goods, and digital public goods have been built and shared by 125 countries, or over 125. So it's a very, very inclusive movement. But now I want to let us hear from one particular DPG. Tor Einar, over to you.
Thank you. So VIPS is an application or a system that is designed to reduce the amount of pesticides used in agriculture, which protects the crops and the farmers and the consumers. So VIPS was established back in 2001 and in Norway, supported by the Ministry of Agriculture, and it was soon proven to work very well in Norway, and there was a demand to move it abroad. The source code back then was not open and it was not really suitable to be used outside of Norway, so we rewrote the entire code in 2016 and then under an open source license. Since 2021, this has been an approved digital public good, and we are very proud of that. So we contribute to fight hunger and to improve climate and to improve life on land. These are the sustainability goals that we meet with our application. So the VIPS works in the way that we collect weather data and field observations of pests in agriculture, and then we predict the risk of an outbreak of, for instance, potato blight or other pests and diseases in agriculture. And these outputs, they are shared either by farmers going into websites or getting text messages of the crops that are working with, or we also produce risk maps that we are showing on the map here that show the outbreak of the codling moth that is destroying apples and in apple orchards. So the model outputs are to be shared through locally adapted services as well, not just the website that we are using. So we are sort of integrating ourselves into the context that we are in. For instance, in countries in Africa, where we have the farmer interface app in Mali and Niger. We were in a project there where we actually purchased some weather stations and got to measure temperature to help the app that you're seeing on the picture, where the farmer is out scouting for fall armyworm, which is totally obliterating the maize crops. And this app is produced by someone else. We are cooperative with them. And then our model is telling them, now the temperature has been so-and-so, now you should go out and scout for the fall armyworm, and then the farmer is using the app to do exactly that. We are also in Malawi, we are developing a digital plant health service, and there we are also using not just VIPS, but our open source approach to sharing data, sharing code, and creating capacity down there with people with ICT knowledge down there, using our code, and we are guiding them to adapt it locally to their needs. So that is basically what we're doing, and the open source nature of our system has helped a lot, both for creating trust and creating innovation in the countries that we have been working with. So that was it from VIPS. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on Wednesday, kicking off the day. My name is Lisa Hayes. I'm the head of Safety, Public Policy, and Senior Counsel for TikTok in North and South America. Kushal?
Hi, everyone. Great to meet you all. My name is Kushal. I lead our engagement with global institutions, including the UN bodies. Great to see you all here.
So most people are familiar with TikTok these days and think of it as an app. Some think of it as a dance app. Our mission is to inspire creativity and bring joy. And we have moved way beyond our origins as a dance app, and that's what we want to talk about with folks today. Can you click us to the next slide, Kushal? So one thing to understand about TikTok, in case you yourself don't use the platform, is that a traditional social media feed comes to you based on who you know. You choose, you follow your friends, you follow celebrities you like. Instead, TikTok is an interest-based graph, meaning we show you content that we think people who liked similar content were likely to enjoy. This means your feed can be made up of people you've never met in real life, and you never will meet them in real life, but they share your passion for gardening, for books, for music. And that is, I think, the secret sauce of TikTok, is that it allows people who do not already have a brand, who do not already have a reputation, to come onto TikTok and be very successful as creators, because we reward the good content as well as having a big name. That's not to say that Beyoncé did not do well when she launched her latest record on TikTok. Celebrities do well on TikTok, but you don't need to be Beyoncé. And in fact, most of our top creators are people that did not have any name recognition or brand or sort of social media success and fame before they came to our platform. And as a result, we are able to help small businesses, we are able to help entrepreneurs, and all sorts of creators who are able to make a living on TikTok who would not see that same success on other platforms unless people were choosing to follow them voluntarily.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, there are three key observations, as Lisa mentioned. TikTok is a discovery platform. When we empower discovery, we level the playing field. We are providing new ways for people to monetize their content. And when we combine discovery with commerce, we are turning trust into economic opportunities. So we talked about how discovery leads to empowerment. Now, what does this empowerment mean? This empowerment means that creators can now find audiences not necessarily based on how many people follow them, but based on the relevance of their content. Consumers can find products they love, and brands and sellers and small businesses can reach out to new audiences they have had no access to in the past. And we also, especially when it comes to TikTok, because the content is so locally relevant, we see new voices find opportunities. And we want to showcase one of the examples of this group of young dancers from Kampala, Uganda. They were a group of amazing dancers. They were expressing themselves culturally through dancing. They went viral on TikTok, and they were from a disadvantaged community in the city. And their videos got them to be endorsed by celebrities. They were invited to Brit Talks, and they found their way to empowerment. Discovery led them to empowerment, and this is one of the things that we also wanted to highlight. But this discovery cannot happen in isolation. We believe that discovery should be complemented with safety, and that's why Lisa, who heads our safety, is here with us to talk about some of the ways we safeguard and protect our communities.
Yeah, no, thanks, Kushal. None of this works if at the end of the day the consumer doesn't feel safe using the platform, whether you're a creator or somebody simply surfing on TikTok. So we have very strict policies that go across all of our verticals. In particular, I'd like to talk about two verticals that you may not know as well. The first is TikTok Shop, where people are able to sell and buy goods. And so for TikTok Shop, we have a whole host of goods that are legal and that you can buy at many stores, but that are prohibited on our platform because we're not confident yet in our ability to sell them safely. Diet drugs, firearms, a whole host, which are all publicly available on our website if you want to go look at them, certain baby products, things that are absolutely legal but that are prohibited on TikTok Shop because the safety of our community comes first, and we don't want somebody to buy something that could pose a risk because that loses trust with the consumer. Secondly, I do want to touch on TikTok Live, which is our live streaming capacity. First, you need to be an account registered to 18 years of age or older to go live. And this is important because we actually will put you through an additional age verification process to make sure that teenagers or people who are not ready yet to go live on the TikTok platform are unable to access that feature. And in addition, since a lot of our sellers are now using live streaming to sell their products, to engage with their community, we're also making sure that they go through additional age gating in order to use TikTok Shop. If you want to buy a product on TikTok Shop, if you want to sell a product on TikTok Shop, you must be at least 18 years of age.
And given we have talked about discovery, we have talked about safety, we want to build it up on how discovery and safety creates new opportunities. And there's this specific observation that we have that when we expand monetization opportunities beyond just ads, and when we open and broaden monetization opportunities, we see community voices and small businesses, they get socio-economic empowerment. Like, they are able to benefit from new ways of monetizing their content. Live streaming, which Lisa talked about, is one of the ways. Like, when people live stream their content, they get rewarded by their viewers. It unlocks new revenue opportunities for educators, performers, charities, musicians, small businesses, and fans could go and reward them directly. So this is something new that we are seeing.
Kushal, can I just add in on that for 1 second? I actually think this is really important for this conference in particular. When we think about social media companies, traditionally we think about an ad-supported ecosystem and model. That's not what's happening on TikTok. TikTok is seeing enormous growth in the TikTok Shop and in the live stream, as Kushal is saying. I have a dear friend whose daughter just graduated from college, and she wants to make it as a country star. She's moved to Nashville, Tennessee, in the United States, and rather than waitressing during the day to pay her rent, she's actually going on TikTok and live streaming, and she sings and she performs, and her fans will tip her. I call it digital busking, for lack of a better phrase, but it's giving artists and creators a new way to engage with their community, and the community in a way to honor them and reward them and to tip them the same way you would if she was playing on a street corner or if you had the opportunity to go hear her in a club. Sorry, Kushal.
Yeah, and when we launched Livestream back in 5 years ago, it was a very small industry. People generally know of live streaming as broadcasting. When you content, that's live streaming for them. But we have been able to unlock new ways of interaction on live stream. And it has quickly become a place where very interesting things happen. And we'll come to some of the case studies. But interaction plays a very significant role in it. And there are two key features that we'll highlight. There are many, but there are two specific features that we would want to highlight. One is live gifting. So fans and followers who are watching live content can send you virtual gifts, which gives content creators new ways to monetize their content, in the sense that when we reward creators, we account these virtual gifts in their payments as well. And it's widely beneficial to, again, educators, musicians, performers, artisans, small businesses who could rely on this new pathway of virtual gifts from their fans and followers to be able to, have more revenues, have more money. The second feature is something called donation stickers. These are interactive stickers which people can put on their live streams or videos. Fans and followers can click on these stickers and they can make a donation. Now in 2024, TikTok Live, the live TikTok community, they were able to contribute more than $1 million through features like digital stickers, your donation stickers and gifts. So we are seeing a lot of use cases of it, and verified nonprofits and charitable organizations are able to benefit from this a lot. Now, the third observation that we have is when you combine discovery with commerce, you see something magical. You see that accounts become digital storefronts. They don't need to buy paid media. They don't need to make a website. They can start selling as long as they adhere to our safety standards and community guidelines. Now, a majority of these consumers who are looking at these handles, they're able to trust recommendations from people they already know or follow. What this does is, this brings down the customer acquisition cost, CAC, as we all know, for small businesses. They don't need to run big campaigns or advertisements, and they can directly connect with their customers. The third thing that we are seeing is when you combine live with commerce, the power of discovery and live with commerce, it provides an immersive and experiential journey for you. It's like me going to a market, browsing a storefront. If I have questions, I can ask the owner of the storefront, like, oh, how much does this cost? Oh, do you have it in this color? If I like it, I buy it straight, right then and there. If I want to move on to a different store, I can go next. I can go to a different store, do that same interaction. It's changing the game. Live chat and real-time interactions, changing the game for commerce, driving sales. That's an observation. And aligned with that observation, we have a product, as Lisa said, called TikTok Shop. It brings together all the ecosystem players, ranging from sellers to creators to buyers. It's quickly becoming a launch pad for businesses. And again, we provide a safe and trusted shopping experience to everyone. There are a few case studies on this as well. We talked about how accounts are becoming digital storefronts. We want to talk about it from the perspective of a small creator, Rights Guy. In the UK, he started reviewing, in a very genuine way, products sold by small businesses. And shortly, he started seeing that whenever he reviews products, like the sales of those products are skyrocketing. You know, like ranging from vegetable choppers that would see like a 400% growth in sales to 1,000% growth in sales for air coolers. He saw that there's an opportunity for him to promote genuine brands and products. So he went ahead and collaborated with a lot of brands. It was a win-win situation where brands could advertise their products, small businesses could advertise their products, and he could monetize on TikTok. He earned livelihood through that, and there's also a personal aspect to it where he was able to afford the IVF treatment for his family. He was covered by Channel 4 in the UK, and he also generated a lot of awareness on IVF. So a lot of these community members, people like you and me, they're able to use opportunities, the newer monetization opportunities, and make the most out of it. Similarly, we talked about low barriers to entry, and we want to talk about it from the perspective of small businesses. We are seeing something called the halo effect, where you're able to jump right from being a digital storefront to a physical business very quickly because you have built a very strong community of users and you are known very well. And there are many case studies, for example, made by Michelle. They were started by this by makeup artist Michelle, and he managed to generate more than 2 million worth of revenue in less than 2 weeks, which was a successful case study. Byline, they managed to expand to Sephora, Mallows, they ended up in Boots, Superdrugs. There's a lot of such examples where brands are launching on TikTok, and then through this effect called the halo effect, they are managing to jump to the other side and be present on physical stores. And lastly, we talked about that immersive experience, right? where I can just go on TikTok Shop, I can browse products, I can interact with users. We wanted to talk about it from the perspective of sellers, small sellers. In Thailand, what's happening is local fruit farmers are able to sell their produce during the harvest season on TikTok Live and TikTok Shop. And they're directly selling their products. Most of them are verified sellers. They're directly selling their products, eliminating all the intermediaries. In fact, in countries like Thailand, we have more than 90% of small businesses and sellers on TikTok Shop selling through features like Live and Shop. So where does all of it land us? We are seeing a quiet, ongoing rebalancing of digital economy, where there are three things happening. Number one, there are new monetization pathways that are giving opportunities to small sellers, artisans, creators, people who would not traditionally be able to afford advertisements, afford paid media. They are able to find a pathway to empowerment. The second thing that we are seeing is that safety by design is not a choice anymore. In a discovery economy, it's also not a contradiction. If you want to promote creativity, you have to rely on making it a safe experience for everyone. It's not a competition. It goes hand in hand. And the third thing we are seeing is discovery leads to empowerment. It brings diverse voices to the fore. It levels the playing field. And it empowers everyone. Yeah, and with that, we conclude. Happy to answer questions.
Okay. Happy to continue the conversation also. So please find us. We will be here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kushal.
Thank you.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. The session is about to start, so please take your seats for the interview that is about to follow. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Internet Governance Forum here in Lillestrøm. My name is Zach Dans from the United Nations Department of Global Communications. I'm joined on stage today by Monsignor Lucio Adrian Ruiz, Secretary of the Dicastery for Communication of the Holy See. I'm also joined by Mr. Enes Hadžić from the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network of Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Mr. Jean de Dieu Ndika Masabo from Burundi News Agency, who will jointly be conducting the interview with Monsignor Lucio Adrian Ruiz. We are, of course, speaking to you from the 20th edition of the IGF in Lillestrøm, Norway, convened by the United Nations Secretary General. We have an incredible 8,000 people joining us on site and online. The IGF has 150 plus sessions in the program. Yesterday, we officially opened the IGF with leaders calling for action and cooperation in a rapidly evolving digital landscape, including a message from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. This morning, we had a lively panel in the plenary hall on AI and the future of work with government leaders, OpenAI, Meta, and the actor and activist Joseph Gordon-Levitt. As you know, we have many workshops and networking events throughout the week, so please make sure to take advantage of these exciting opportunities. Now, let us hear from Monsignor Lucio Adrian Ruiz. Gentlemen, over to you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. And Monsignor Ruiz, thank you for having this conversation with us. So, online trust is declining. We can witness it now. And what role can communities of faith play to restore respectful and reliable spaces on the internet?
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for the question. I think that the first thing that we need to have in mind is that the values are not something that is created in the internet. And the problem with the values is not, the first step is not the problem into the internet. The problem, that means the values and the problems are in the real life. Decline these values is a problem that we have in the schools, in the family, in the day by day. Well, the first step that we need to reinforce is to think about education, is to think in the power of the family, the life of the family. Because if we think that the problem is technology and we want to resolve the problem from the technology, we're wrong the path. No? Because the beginning is in our life. Well, the education and the presence, real presence, rich presence in the real life is the absolutely more necessary step to change everything. After we can think about the path to promote the values in the digital spaces. And there we need to promote the movement of the reality, the thinkers that can help thinking about the ethic, about the values, no? Promote all the initiative. And the third step is to create relationships between the different institutions and reality that has the capability to promote and to live the values into the network, but starting by the real life.
Monsignor, most citizens lack control over the platforms that they are using daily. What kind of digital governance model do you believe would be ethical, inclusive, and capable of responding to local circumstances?
Well, what kind of model? I think that the model is the model, as I said before, that take and put together all the institutions that can help, that include all the thinkers and the actors that construct the society. Well, and this model of governance, I think to say, must have the enough power, or capacity to help the weakness people. That means if this institution or this governance is just a council, to talk good things, but they are not authority, they have not capacity to control and to help in the facts, there are not possibility to change the reality. Well, the balance between the exceed of control, is in the participation of all the stakeholders in the society. If we can participate all together, the families, the schools, the academic, the different part of the society, we can be sure that they are not a hyper control, but yes, the necessary control in order to help, because the weaker people cannot be and defend they own alone. Everybody of us, we need to be helped for that. Well, and the last one is a model of governance that is practical. That means that can take action in the real thing and not just in the concept of theories.
So here at the IGF, we can see that IGF is trying to include all those stakeholders in one place in talks about internet governance. And we can see that internet governance is really complicated, involving, as I said, many stakeholders, actors like government, corporate players, civil society. So how can religious voices be authentically engaged in these discussions, but without succumbing to party politics?
How can the church help the young people? Well, the first step to help is to think, to reflect, to study, to understand the problem, to understand also the challenge. I think, for example, before talk, you must think. No? And that's, we can apply this principle everywhere and every time. We need to know exactly the challenge, to think, to create a thought in order to understand exactly which is the challenge to act. That is the first thing. And that's, for that, in the first question I said, it's important to call all the institutions and to put everybody in relationship, to understand from the different perspective the challenge. We need to understand what happened. For example, in the artificial intelligence, it's not just one perspective that can give us the real dimension of the challenge. We need to see the problem from different point of view, different realities, and work all together. All the stakeholders, all the people, all the institutions must to understand and go deeply to the question. Well, That is the first thing, create the thinkers. After, act in an interdisciplinary way, holistic. Because if we work separately, we cannot help no one, because each one work seeing and thinking and acting in their own way, and that is not useful for no one. Well, the interdisciplinarity is the way to understand and also to act and apply solutions and development for the actual challenge. The other possibility is to create spaces for the young people, because that is the question, no? How we can help the young people, is to create the spaces and reality where they can share, ask, put the questions. Because in our experience, for example, is that the people in front of the big technologies and the big challenges, they develop very existential questions. Because the meaning of the life, the meaning of the existence is really touched by this challenge that comes from the technology. The artificial intelligence put in the mind of the young people very existential question that is necessary to reflect together and have the spaces where we can talk, think, and share. Well, for me, the possibility to help them is to offer spaces where we can talk and also to have the possibility to listen the other ideas, not always the same idea, no? Because we need to grow, and for that we need to contrast also the reflection and the thought. We have in this moment an experience that is the digital mission into the church, that we are trying to put together the young coming from the different parts of the world. In the next months, we will have a meeting in Rome in order to put the influencers, Catholic influencers coming from all parts of the world, in order to talk, to reflect, also to create and go information in front of the new culture. No? Well, that is the way for me that is necessary, no? And it's the opportunity to create a dynamic that can help the people to take the challenge and go on.
So with advancing artificial intelligence, especially among the youth, how can the church be used to help young people look at both social and ethical sides of the technology?
For the creators. Sorry, there are too many noises. Can you repeat?
With the rapidly advancing artificial intelligence, especially among the youth, how can the church be used to help young people look at both the social and ethical sides of the technology?
Well, it's more or less what I said before, no? To create spaces, to create the way to make and go information for these people. The young people need to have the point of reference in order to learn, in order to teach, because they are rich, very rich people that can share their knowledge, their experience, their thought, their dream. Well, creating these spaces and creating realities where they can share their own challenge is the way. We need to stay with them. We need to work with them. We need to have the capacity to listen. This time, if we can imagine or have an idea of the big problem is from the adult word, we can say that we don't have the time to listen. And that is a problem, because the people feel that is alone and need to recreate their own world alone. We need to create spaces to listen, to share, and to trespass our values.
Yeah, so we spoke about the effects on the users. Jean asked you about that as well. But we also have to think about creators of digital technology because they play such a significant role in how we are living or communicating today. So what would be your message to look or to tell to them, to those who are contributing to shaping of the internet today?
Well, the first thing is I think that it's important to understand their role and the importance of their activity. Probably we talk about how many followers the content creator or influencer have, but we don't have the dimension of the power that they had to change the mind in the real life, minute by minute. Creating contents, they can manage or influence the life of millions of people. And we need to realize what is happening now, because that is the first time in the story that one people can touch the entire world in a second and move millions of people. And, well, the first step is we need to discover this reality and the power of these people. The second point is, after discover that, we need to create a path, a way to accompany them. We need to understand their mind, their problem, their world, in order to understand why and how they talk or they create their contents. In this way, we need to stay close to them, to discuss, to reflect, also to offer the possibility to formation. On the other hand, a question for them is to say, listen, my friend, you have the capability to do something and you are very powerful because you have many people that follow you, but you don't know everything. You cannot talk about everything in the world. You are not the truth, but the people trust in you. It's your own responsibility to learn, to study, to discuss, to ask for the different argument that you are talking about. That means there are two responsibilities for the society, for us, to form, to accompany, to discuss, but also from them to understand that they are not the truth and they don't know everything and deeply all arguments. That is important. And sometimes we can see that there are people that can talk about everything and in wrong ways.
Monseigneur, is it possible for technology to help the church, particularly in poor countries, to engage more intensely with the faithful, most of young people? How do we build an inclusive, participatory digital pastoral culture in local parishes?
Well, I think that the technology always can help when it's well used. In a hand, for them that are in this reality, poor reality or very difficult reality, because also with the lower technology, it can help to create community, to create dynamic for share, for stay together. we are experienced in Africa and also in Latin America that with very low technology, we are right to do very big things, because the meaning and the sense of the community to share, to help, to study, that create dynamics that can really help the people to know and to stay together, to study, to develop, and when they have the possibility to do something more, they are ready, and that is important. Well, the other hand is a big possibility also to be helped, because the rest of the world can help permanently the people and share with them in order to help, to have a better life.
So my last question is somehow connected to what you have said, or you already answered to the last question of Jean. So the majority of countries remain inaccessible to digital access and know-how. How can church help to facilitate that kind of digital inclusion that we need today, that is decent with human dignity and local culture?
Well, there are 2 points of view from the society and from the church. No, from the society, not only Catholic Church. I don't talk for the Catholic Church, but for the religion in general. It depends on each culture. I think that it's important for the society to discover the role of the religion in the life of the people. And as a religion, not only for the practice, the cult practice, but for the vision in the soul, for the meaning of the life, for the objective, for the happiness, in this sense. No. The religion is the point in our life that can answer the bigger questions and give you the meaning for your life, the values to live your life. Well, and that must be discovered, the role, the presence, the necessity for everybody, because everybody in a time in their own life need or have a big question, because you have a problem in your life, you are sick, someone love you pass away. That means there are situations in the life where your life is touched for a question. This is the role of the religion. Have the answer for this moment. Well, if the religion can answer the big and most important question, the religion has a very important role in the life of everybody. And you can call this religion as you want, but it's the answer for the bigger questions, the existential question. That's in a hand. No? From the society, discover the role of the religion. When you discover this deeply presence, you can understand where and how can the religion help and help to design the life. For the other hand, from the point of view of the church, we need to learn how to talk with the culture, because sometimes our discourse, our words are not understood for the people. We are on a level, in a parallel language, situation, culture that no one can follow us. No, well, if we want to help the culture, if we want to walk with the culture, if we want to be present in the social discussion, we need to talk and to present our proposal in the language of the people. That is necessary to be understood.
Lastly, Monsignor, what hope or duty message would you give to young Africans and others across the globe who are living in rapidly evolving technological age without necessarily having the instruments of defense for their identity, values, or voices. Thank you.
Sorry, I have very bad sound.
What hope or duty message would you give to young Africans and to others across the globe who are living in rapidly evolving technological age without necessarily having the instruments of defense for their identity, values, or voices?
Well, I think that have the dream and have the voice is not depend of the technology. The technology help to develop, to arrive harder or to be present in a different way. But the dream of the young people is something that comes from the heart, and we need to develop our hope and our dream because it's our life. Well, and I repeat always with young people all around the world, follow your dreams. Don't think only in the bad situation or the thing that you don't have or the thing that you want to have. Because your dream and your hope is your dream and your hope, and you must develop in your situation with in the reality where you are and where you have. Well, my message for them is follow your dream, put all your power to develop that, and have the courage in order to share your dream and your hope with the other and with the world.
Thank you, Monsignor Ruiz, and thank you, everybody, for following us at this interview.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monsignor, for sharing your insights, and thank you to everybody who attended in person and online. This interview was streamed and can be viewed on UN Web TV in the future. This concludes our session today. Please join us for the next few days on this stage for more Media Hub interviews. Thank you all.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
So, hi there, good afternoon. Thank you very much for attending, and thank you to IGF. My name is Niamh Hanafin. I'm Assistant Director for International Affairs at Coimisiún na Man, Ireland's newly established media and online safety regulator. I'm very pleased to introduce to you our Commissioner, our Digital Services Commissioner, John Evans, who's going to talk you through the ways in which we are contributing to a healthy media and online landscape in Ireland, but also towards some of the key commitments of the Global Digital Compact. Over to you, John.
Thanks, Niamh. Okay. So I can see the slides. Grant. So I guess first of all, Coimisiún na Man, it's the Irish language for the media regulator. So we're a new regulator. We're just over 2 years old. We have a pretty broad mandate covering online safety through media development, with a particular emphasis on Irish culture as well, which is an important part of our identity as an organisation. We have an unusual or sort of an outsized role in the European setting because so many of the large, very large online platforms, so many of the large big tech companies are established in Ireland. Our mission, and let me say a quick word about the companies we regulated. So that I mentioned media development, I mentioned online safety, and I mentioned kind of broadcasting regulation. And you can see there's quite a variety of recognizable brands in there. It means quite a span of work for the organization. You'll see that our mission here particularly recognizes the role that the media plays in underpinning fundamental rights and in fostering an open and democratic pluralistic society. CNAM's vision of a thriving, diverse, creative, safe and trusted media landscape and our strategic direction very closely align with the Global Digital Compact. The Global Digital Compact emphasises human rights, internet governance, digital trust and information integrity. And as you'll see as I'm talking through our strategy in a moment and then a few examples that these principles kind of shine through very clearly. So this is a busy sort of a slide, but what I'll talk through very quickly is the 6 strategic areas, our areas of emphasis. Children, so we want a media landscape that upholds the rights, well-being and development of children and their safe engagement with content. Democracy, a media landscape that supports democracy, democratic values and underpins civic discourse and reduces the impact of disinformation. We also want a media landscape that consumers can trust, where they are protected from exploitation and scams. Diversity and inclusion, a media landscape that promotes the values of justice, equality and diversity. And then finally, culture, a media landscape that is sustainable, pluralistic and participative, and that reflects who we are as a society. And again, as an Irish person, our culture is emphasised very importantly in our mission. The last one is public safety. This is kind of a broad one, and it captures everything from terrorist content online through to, for example, response to emergency situations. A word on our regulatory approach. Empowering people and ensuring that they have the tools to understand media, that they have information to make decisions, to make good decisions. That's part of our toolbox. Supporting and developing the Irish media landscape. We see that as very symbiotic between, on the one hand, the cultural aspect, but on the other, navigating the online world. So there, for example, journalism schemes that we would support is a very important part of our toolkit. We are a research and future-focused organisation, so it's important to understand from a market perspective and technology perspective what the future is going to look like and how we can expect things to change and how the regulatory response should adapt as we move on. At the core, however, is holding regulated entities to account. So what our role is really moving beyond a self-regulatory model, which in many respects hasn't worked. I want to say a bit more about an internet governance ecosystem. So Within our delivery tools, if you like, we have included, on the one hand, collaborating for impact, and then also influencing the European framework. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about is sort of the coordinator in the Digital Services Coordinator role. So under the Digital Services Act, Commissioner Mann is the Digital Services Coordinator for Ireland. And that C is quite a complicated role. That coordinating role is quite complicated. So if you think of at the international level, the fulcrum of what we do is really around participation in the European network, along with other digital services coordinators and the European Commission, but also in other media networks supporting regulation. Bilateral relationships with other digital services coordinators across Europe, other media regulators frequently, but other kinds of regulators as well, is very important. The reason for this is that at an operational level, when someone wants to complain about a platform that is established in Ireland, they need to make the complaint to their local digital services coordinator, and that's transmitted to the Irish regulator. So that means that the Irish regulator is responsible for dealing with upwards of 80% of the complaints against online platforms. So that's a very operational role that we have. And then in the experience sharing space, we try to participate in other kind of fora that go beyond Europe. So, for example, the OECD, some of the UN organizations, but also the Global Online Safety Regulators Network, of which we're a founding member. Then domestically, it's also reasonably complicated. So we're not the only competent authority under the Digital Services Act in Ireland. Our Competition and Consumer Protection is also one. So relationships with that organisation are very important. Our police service, An Garda Síochána, we do need to cooperate with them as well. They have a role under the Digital Services Act and more broadly as a complementary agency in the online safety space. Other digital regulators. So, for example, we have close relationships with our telecommunications regulator and, importantly, our Data Protection Commission, with whom we're also drafting a cooperation agreement. But then there's a wider set again of agencies that are involved in the different areas of harm that I mentioned, that are addressed by our strategic objectives. So, for example, the Electoral Commission in the electoral integrity space, that's one example. But there are many departments and agencies that fall into this category, from our Department of Health through to our Electoral Commission, and then many NGOs, so non-government organisations, are also very important in this area. So the coordinating role is really quite a demanding role in terms of internet governance bodies in this space. Now, of the 6 strategic objectives that I outlined earlier, I want to go into a bit more detail about 2 of them. They are the democracy one and the children one. Okay. And the reason I want to spend a bit more time on these now is because, as I said at the beginning, right at the beginning, we're a new agency, and we've been developing our capacity to address these areas of these different strategic objectives. 2 very important ones right from the outset were democracy and minor protection. So on the democracy side, last year was, it's often said now, it was the year of elections, and in Ireland it was no different. So last year we had European parliamentary elections, we had a referendum, we had local elections, and we also had general election. And then actually later this year we will have a presidential election. So there's no let up. But across Europe, right across Europe, there were European elections, obviously, and many general elections as well, in which we had some role. So we engaged intensively in our own elections, but we played a supportive role within the network of digital services coordinators across Europe. So digital regulation, it works best when there is coordination across countries. Elections have become a lightning rod, if you like, for newly created governance structures, for example, in the DSA. And DSCs last year and this year worked closely with the EC to share best practice, exchange election experiences, and collectively solve problems and develop tools. And it's a really good example of where the Digital Services Act and the network of agencies involved working together in a horizontal way to address problems can be quite effective. So while an election is not an emergency, it does require a degree of agility on the part of regulators. They need to be responsive to changing circumstances. So with the EU, the Digital Services Coordinators have developed a toolkit, if you like, to help address some of the challenges that arise in the context of electoral integrity. So first, early last year, it was one of the first things that the Digital Services Board, the newly established board under the Digital Services Act, approved was the guidelines, the election guidelines. So the guidelines include measures aimed at platforms, recommendations aimed at platforms for measures which mitigate the risks to electoral integrity, such as elevating official sources of information around electoral processes, demonetizing and limiting the spread of disinformation, labeling political advertising, and importantly, an onus on platforms to build internal teams that are capable of addressing national, local elections. As most of the, actually 15 of the 25 very large online platforms are based in Ireland, we had to participate, we were privileged to participate in many of the pre-election preparations in different member states. So that involved attending workshops and scenario planning, and then roundtables involving whoever the local agencies and bodies who were in the kind of local electoral ecosystem. So we did one of our own of these. So at that we would have had our electoral commission, we would have had the platforms, we would have had some fact-checking agencies. We had also on Garda Síochána, very importantly, our police force. There's a couple of extra points I just want to make in relation to electoral integrity. One is that, and this is very important, I feel, is supporting the safe participation of politicians in public life. We undertook a specific initiative with our police force on Garda Síochána last year to develop a candidate pack. So the candidate pack was developed first for the European elections and local elections, and then further enhanced for our general election. The candidate pack was aimed at candidates participating in these elections, so they would know what to do and have to hand quickly information about how to respond when they were targeted, if they were targeted for whatever reason online. I mean, we feel that made a difference, but we're conducting research at the moment to find out exactly how that helped. And I think this is an area where we look to develop. The second area that I want to focus on is child rights or minor protection. So children's rights and the protection online has become an issue of concern worldwide, and it's critical that action is taken. Different regulatory approaches are being tested in different parts of the world. The social media bans, for example, are being proposed in several countries. In Ireland and within Europe, we see this problem as having two dimensions. First is sort of a content dimension, and then the second is systems. So on the legislative instruments that we have are our Digital Services Act, which we feel addresses principally the systems aspect, and then our Online Safety Code, which comes from the Audiovisual Media Services Directive as part of the transposition of that directive into national law. So our Online Safety Code, it clearly defines and lays out the kind of content that children need to be protected from. So regulated platforms must preclude the uploading and sharing of content that promotes self-harm or suicide, eating and feeding disorders, and cyberbullying. They also requires the use of age assurance to ensure that children are not normally exposed to videos that contain pornographic or depictions of gross or gratuitous violence. There are also provisions relating to parental controls. On the systems side, the Digital Services Act, on the other hand, it's a content-neutral instrument, and instead it has provisions that mean that platforms need to take appropriate measures to protect the safety, security and privacy of minors. That's the wording of Article 28 of the Digital Services Act, the safety, security and privacy of minors. How platforms are supposed to go about implementing that article of the DSA will be informed by guidance that the European Commission has recently consulted on and which will emerge later this year. The draft guidelines you'll have seen are quite extensive, but they cover issues relating to prohibiting addictive design features, age verifications to prevent minors viewing age-inappropriate content, having child accounts or accounts aimed at teenagers set to the highest level of privacy, and recommender systems that do not result in the repeated exposure of content that could pose risks to their safety or security. It's important to say as well that there are also key enforcement activities already underway. So just a couple of weeks ago, the European Commission announced the opening of investigations into 4 adult sites. So these are very large online platforms, so they fall within the purview of the European Commission. But to complement that action, the digital services coordinators who have responsibility for below thresholds, so these are platforms, including adult platforms, of which there are many, that have numbers of users below the 45 million threshold that defines the very large online threshold. So to complement that action that the European Commission has taken, the digital services coordinators across the member states are looking into a coordinated action to address the similar problems arising on the below threshold adult sites. Commissioner Mann is quite active on that. We are the vice chair of the working group of the Digital Services Board that is looking to help develop that coordinated action. But it's not all just about enforcement as well. Aside from our regulatory powers, Commissioner Mann also supports rights of children through other initiatives, such as raising awareness and media literacy efforts. So last year, for example, we published rights rules and reporting online educational resource, and that has been distributed to post-primary schools throughout the country, and later this year we were looking to extend that to primary age children as well. Alongside that, we will be doing kind of fairly extensive awareness raising campaigns to support, the schools, but also parents. And during the summer, we're actually going to run a media campaign in cinemas in the hope that we'll have a rainy summer in Ireland as usual, and parents will take their children to see movies and will get to see that particular advertisement. Just a couple of comments to round up. The challenge that we face as digital regulators, whether it's promoting children's welfare or safeguarding democracy, they're not isolated issues. They're interconnected challenges that require a coordinated and innovative response that put fundamental rights at the centre. Ireland's unique position as home to some of the major tech companies means that we have quite a heavy responsibility, but also an opportunity. We're not just regulating for Ireland in many respects, we're also regulating for European citizens. The Global Digital Compact, the vision of an inclusive, open, safe and secure digital space is not just an aspiration, it's a practical framework, and it's reflected very, very clearly in our organisation's strategic statement. As we look forward, Commissioner Mann remains committed to not just regulating the digital future, but actively shaping it in service of an open, democratic and pluralistic society. The work we do today will determine whether technology serves humanity's aspirations or undermines them. So I think we are at a critical moment in Europe in particular, and we will see whether or not the regulatory measures and systems and frameworks that we put in place and which are now developing, that they will have impact. It's an interesting time. Thank you. Take questions now, if anybody's interested.
Thank you very much. It sounds like you have a lot of obligations and a huge task, and not to put more pressure on you, but we kind of count on you to take on the battle against the platforms for the rest of us in the EU. How do you make your choices? Do you have enough resources? What is your policy on prioritizing with the resources that you have, given all the challenges that there are?
Yeah, no, sure. When we started, we just had 40 people in the organisation. That was the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland. That was our kind of legacy organisation. They did traditional broadcasting regulation. So to that remit was added the online safety brief, which is huge, right? We're now at just over 200 people, and we think within another 6 to 9 months we'll be at 300 people. About 100 and just over half, I think, of those are kind of in one way or another supporting the online safety side of the work of the organisation. So Ireland has taken the responsibility quite seriously and really put the resources into that. And any time we're asked politically, we always get the support that we're looking for. And it is an important mandate, and it's society has rallied around it. We could even see it in the kinds of people that have come to work with us since. We had a concern maybe that we might not be able to attract, because we're a public service organisations, great people, but people have been really interested in the mandate. Second thing I'd say is that we're not alone as a regulator here. I do want to emphasise the network nature of the regulatory approach in Europe. So, my French colleagues often describe the Digital Services Digital Services Act and the network approach as sort of a team, with the European Commission being the captain. Ireland has a very important role to play in that because so many of the platforms are based here. But we do have the support of the Commission and also other digital services coordinators. On prioritisation, we have said publicly, and we are developing the mechanisms in the background to see how we can focus our regulatory efforts more precisely. So at the very highest level, I articulated, if you just set aside the Irish culture one just for a second, the other 5, you can kind of invert them and think of them as areas of harm. So online hate, the undermining of electoral processes, and so on. Those are kind of 5 kind of high-level areas that we've tried to focus on. But on top of that, we've tried to we're trying to layer kind of what we call this risk-based approach. So, what kind of reach does a platform have? Does it, for example, have a lot of young users? If it does, then it's going to move up the rankings in terms of potential risk under the child protection strategic objective. And there's many of those kinds of characteristics that you can observe, from service characteristics to how many, for example, takedown orders have been issued by competent authorities across Europe against a particular platform. That tells you how a particular platform is setting up its trust and safety business. Okay.
Thanks so much for this interesting overview. I have 2 questions that are somehow interrelated. The first one is, so I work at the OSCE in a policy space where very often I think for this big, if we go back to kind of like this power concentration and big tech and platform perspective, very often in the policy discussions there are calls for interventions that are maybe not necessarily enforceable, right? So very often then in this discussion we have people raising concerns about this is not implementable or enforceable from the legal side or from the regulatory side. So my first part of the question would be, do you feel that you, with your expertise and specific background knowledge on how complex these issues are, that this is also taken up on the other side of the spectrum in the policy and regulatory development, whether there's kind of this interlinkage? And then the second part of the question, which is maybe too specific, and please feel free to ignore it if it's too specific, but I'd be interested to hear specifically your thoughts on this, because you also mentioned the elevation of authoritative content in the election context. But now there's also this specific rule on media privileges, so this privilege of journalistic content on platform content moderation, which is also very contested and discussed, and it will now be, I think, applicable as of August. And at least from the platforms that we spoke with, they don't really know how to do it yet. So I wonder if you have already prepared for that, if you already have some approach of how to approach it from a regulatory regulatory body and enforcement side. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, the second one is quite specific, but I'd be happy to talk to you. We're getting ready as well, but I'd be happy to talk to you afterwards. I have a colleague here, Paul, who's kind of involved with the on some of the new legislation coming down the track on the democracy side, so I'll be happy to chat. But on the skills, do we have, or does the policy side have the requisite skills to carry out the mandate? Okay, with new recommendations, new approaches being proposed all the time. Sometimes it is hard to keep up. It's if you cast your mind back 15, 20 years, the approach to the regulation of the internet was let's keep our hands off it for the moment. Let's see how it develops. Gradually, problems started to emerge. Very early, it was perceived to be around concentration issues. So competition policy was seen to be maybe an appropriate measure, consumer protection measures to a degree, but it became apparent over a number of years that there were certain characteristics of the platform economy that were unique and were driving different dynamics that the regulatory systems were not capable of handling effectively. So enter Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act in the late teens, and the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, they're kind of twins, if you like. We're trying to address the emerging harms that were becoming apparent. Both of those pieces of legislation were pushed through in really quite in a speedy way. It's kind of European legislation takes time to develop and emerge, and I think they stand out as having been done quite quickly. But also, I think it's recognised that they are a first step in developing a comprehensive, efficient, streamlined regulatory process. So you always have this tension between trying to work within the system that you have and people at the same time recommending, actually, that's not going to work well. You need to try this. I think we need to try what we have first, see what works, learn from it, and develop new things as we mature. But I think the problem is that the harms are perceived as really quite severe, and we just don't have time to wait and see how things mature. If you look back at a different regulatory system, say telecommunications, for example, there the framework was developing and evolving over a period of 25 years as competition was embedded in European telecommunications markets. I don't think we have that same privilege of waiting to see how things develop. We need to move quite quickly in the online safety space, I think. I don't know if that answers the question, but happy to chat. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Maria Farrell. I'm a fellow Irish citizen, and I have a compliment for you and a question. And the compliment is that amongst other digital and human rights activists around Europe, Commission Naman has already a reputation of acting with strength and integrity as a regulator, which has been completely lacking in our data protection regulator and how Ireland deals with tax and the tech codes. So you guys are changing the narrative on what we can do as a country to actually stand up to our responsibility to regulate these firms that are headquartered in Ireland. My question to you is, what are you doing and can you do to ensure that you continue to act with that strength, with that integrity, with that moral courage that says, you know, we are going to stand up to these firms and stand in defence, in active defence of European democracy?
I sort of always give a two-part answer to this. The first is that we're really quite proud of the the strategy document that we put together, we think it's a pretty solid North Star for us. So we're supposed to refresh and renew these things every 2 or 3 years or so. We don't expect the top, our mission and the strategic objectives to change dramatically over the next while. Those are going to be consistent North Stars, if you like. So we think we have the strategic direction quite well set and embedded in the organisation, and we think that will endure. The other side of it is that just from a resource-wise, we're not pushing closed doors in a sense that there is an expectation that we will act, and we're happy to do that. You know, we're happy to do that. But independent regulation is independent regulation. Political context changes, but until somebody changes the law, we're going to enforce the law to the best of our ability. Yeah. Thanks. One more? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. One more.
I'll try as best as I can to make it short. I was wondering, the DSA being sort of content agnostic, how do you see your role as a regulator in this network of other regulators, especially in relation to member states where there may be rule of law backsliding? So how do you relate as an Irish Media Commission to member states with perhaps a less strong digital service coordinator or making decisions that you do not agree with from a rule of law perspective?
I think part of the protection against that is the role that the European Commission has to play, but also the Digital Services Board. So we get to hold each other to account, but also support each other within that network. And really, I think the key pieces, you know, there's very important articles that the Digital Services Coordinators have a shared responsibility with the European Commission. But the piece around the systemic Article 34, Article 35, those are really the core strategic pieces, the central planks of the Digital Services Act, and I think those are the best protections. Yeah. We're happy to chat. Yeah. Yeah. Can I do another one? Yeah. Gosern, yeah. Yeah, yes, we're part of Gosern, yeah. I kind of described participation in the Digital Services Board as strategic, and there's a kind of an operational aspect to that. The Global Online Safety Regulators Network, that's really excellent in trying to understand different regulatory approaches in different countries and what are best practices. Because often, Australia's e-safety commission is well ahead of us in terms of along the regulatory path than we are in certain respects, and there's a lot for us to learn from that. The Ofcom is a member of that as well, and they're a well-established, very expert regulator from whom we have a lot to learn. So, but also we're happy to share the European experience in that network as well. Okay, I better go. Sorry, but I'm happy to chat. Thanks.
I'm here to tell you the story about Norway and the internet, which happened in this building here at Kjeller, just outside of the capital of Norway, Oslo. And this is part now of the University of Oslo, where we as technology systems still do a lot related to internet, to sensors, to drones, to renewable energy. And I'll show you now the journey which we had. And it started all in 1973, where Paul Spilling, Ingvar Lund, and Dag Ballnes were the ones who really had connected to Windsurf, to the ARPANET, and said, hey, why don't we connect Norway? And they established that the internet came to this building as the first building outside the USA and Haiti. In 1979, Ott Gutteberg and Hans Fjösne, they saw the value of the internet connectivity because, as you know, we had the oil platforms coming in 1968 and they established the link to Eik in the Nordsjön, and then 2 years later they connected Spitsbergen, or the island of Svalbard, as we call it in Norwegian, which is so remote that nobody believed that we would be able to connect to Spitsbergen. And that was where the adventure started, now having all Earth observation satellites being controlled and monitored from Spitsbergen. So after we saw this value of communication, then of course the whole digital communication in mobile communication started here at Kjeller, just in the other building on the other side, where Televerkets Forskningsinstitut had brilliant people and became, after some modifications and in the teamwork, the connectivity to 2G and then 3G, 4G, and so on, the story we all know about. But then we also had Jan Audestad, who was in the mobility team, and my dear colleague from those times, Finn Trosby, who actually went to the Nokias and the Ericssons, and he told them, why don't we have SMS on the mobile phone? And he made it happen. So here in Norway, Rolf Nordhagen started, he was the primus motor for what we call the university network Uninet, which was the first university network using the using the internet standard. And from Uninet, it was then extended to be Nordunet, the academic network in the north. But that was the academic side. And then we had this fantastic people like Steinar Kjerneroth, Gisle Aas, and Gisle Hannemur, who then saw, well, we also need to do that on the commercial basis. So they established OsloNet. They built the first web page, and not surprisingly, the first Olympics ever on the World Wide Web were the Winter Olympics in 1994 in Lillehammer. And at the same time, in 1994, my research colleagues Jon von Tetzschner and Geir Ivarsøy from Telenor Research, they went out and said, we need a browser on the mobile phone. A browser on the mobile phone? I mean, at that time, you remember the phones. These small phones browse on the phone. But Geir and Jon, they just moved their way. They established Opera software, the Opera Mini, which is now the dominating browser in Africa. And back in 1996, we had NERA networks who then saw the value of connecting the internet and established this fast, ultra-fast communication. So they hold the world record over 60 kilometers with 155 megabits per second in Kazakhstan. So that was like Ingvar Henne and the team. But when we connected everywhere, we saw the challenge that Africa had huge parts which got unconnected. And Vidar Sonnehaugen, who was the leader here of Kjeller Innovation, he helped connecting the area north in Congo, the area of Lissala, which is as big as the Netherlands and Belgium together, with 1 million people and zero connectivity. And then they've seen, well, the business model doesn't work out. So they got together with Unique, this building here, and built the basic internet foundation to actually practically work on how do we connect each and every single person in the world. And that was very well reflected by the United Nations, where Antonio Guterres invited in 2019 for the high-level panel on digital cooperation. It was led by Melinda Gates and Jack Ma. And in this panel was, of course, Windsurf, and it was Nicola Astrup, because at that time, Nicolai had really put digital into the heart of the development to see the value creation which comes from digital and which we have seen in Norway. And the recommendations from there ended up to be the recommendations on the Digital Public Goods Alliance, which Liv Marte Nordhaug Christensen is leading and pushing. It went to GIGA, connecting all of the schools of the world. It went to the Digital Services for the Governments, GovStack, and it demanded the affordable access to digital networks. And what does affordability mean? And that was actually where we then here jumped in with our Basic Internet Foundation. And we established a standard, and we call that the Walk on the Internet, where we actually need to establish that people, once they have a network, can look at text and pictures and have these ones for free. But it didn't stop in Africa, because here at our Technology Institute, we looked into space. And through the tight collaboration with FFI, the RIMFAX, the search for water on Mars, was introduced. So my colleague Svein Erik Hamran, he was the pioneer behind this instrument, now driving around on Mars and searching for water on Mars. And the story could continue with all the activities. But the one thing I want to bring at the end, that is in 2022, Telenor closed the fixed network. So all traffic is going now over the internet, even the mobile network. Be welcome to the IGF 2025 in Norway, where it all began.
How do you get close to a building? How do you get under the skin of a building? To me, that is to do with certain types of intimacy and direct relationships. There is no such thing as architecture for the sake of architecture. There is only architecture for the sake of people.
When I got this job and I came here, I realized I wanted the nature into the play. You can't fight this nature. So I just wanted to be a friend with the surroundings. And then we understood, let's call Snøhetta. And I was just like, the water is too far away from the audience. Should we just move the audience towards the water? And then they said, we'll solve it. And then they brought the water to the audience instead.
Working in the office environment in Norway, the biggest difference was that everyone's allowed to be themselves. What's unique here, it's that it very much is a flat structure.
The first time I came into the office of Snøhetta, I thought, I'll be an architect. This is where I want to be. And it seems like it's a kind of realization of the social democratic idea.
Initially, in the mind of Norwegians, Snøhetta is a mountain. It's really not a design and architectural practice. And this mountain is a sort of a gravity point of Norway. So if you put your finger up at where the mountain Snøhetta is located, the whole of Norway would balance in weight.
I don't even know, like, this is like a story that I've been told. And then I've kind of like made it my own, but that's allowed in Snøhetta, so it's okay. The whole reason for why we're called Snøhetta is this philosophy of that everyone can go to Snøhetta, but no one can take Snøhetta with them. So it's kind of like this same philosophy about like nature of Norway, where it's for everyone. It's not something that we own.
There's someone owning this lake and also these surroundings. They're an owner, private owner, but everybody can walk in these forests.
By keeping the nature publicly accessible, you also say that you can own the ground, but it doesn't really only belong to you. And that is beautiful because that's how one should look at Earth and the Earth per se.
This same philosophy is also applied to the way we approach our projects. Like the Opera House, the architecture allows everyone to use it.
You can sit, lay down, have your food. You can even, people skate on it. You can walk on it, although it doesn't belong to you legally. So intimacy in a moment generates ownership. Now, for instance, now I'm sitting on this chair. So while I'm sitting on this chair, it's my chair. But once I go away, it's the chair of the Opera House.
The cultural experience used to be only for the elite. But what we did by just being able to use the building, you are straight away more close to what happens on stage and the culture behind it.
You become part of the Opera House even though you don't necessarily have visited any performances. And the roof of the Opera House is utilizing this right of roaming, you could say. If you want to connect to something, you also have to be able to use it. Like the Wild Reindeer Pavilion, it's part of a series that we have called keyless structures, meaning places without a lock. You can walk in and out, it's open. You don't have to ask anyone, you just go. And that in itself is a virtue of openness and inclusiveness. That's when things are starting to get equal. And the funny thing is, we wanted maybe people to take out their knives and engrave certain messages in the wood, but they don't. So the larger public feel that they should be taking care of it. Now, part of the discussions we were having with Opera House on the whiteness of the opera is that it will be sprayed down by graffiti artists. Nothing. Not one piece. You protect it, because it's also partially yours.
The Norwegian nature is owned by everyone. Once we come into nature, we get kind of stripped from everything that we are. We become equals. We're not defined by our job, our positions, our cars, or our house. We are just humans.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Hello and welcome to a session of the Digital Constitutionalism Network together with the Internet Rights and Principles Dynamic Coalition. We're very happy that you're here. There's some people interested and also joining. Come by, take a seat. Today we'll be presenting and launching the second version of the Digital Constitutionalism Network database of digital bills of rights. And we'll be talking a little bit about its background, its functionality. We'll give you a walkthrough and we have some time for questions later on. So first I will give you a background and tell a little bit about the things that we do have in store for the future. And I'll hand over to my colleague, Marielle Weiermans from Maastricht University, to talk a little bit about the database that is underlying the data set that's underlying the database. And then further going on to my colleague, Kiho Oshima from the University of Bremen, who will walk you through the database so that you can make use of it. And we'll have time for questions. So first of all, the question is, I guess, what are these digital bills of rights that we have collected? We have collected over 300 of these documents. They are not, and I had a conversation yesterday with someone who asked, are these all constitutions? Are these all amendments to constitutions like in the American case? They're not, in fact. Many of these are not binding documents. Many of these are produced by civil society stakeholders and companies who, however, have something in common. That is, they have a language, a rhetoric of constitutionalism, and they also entail rights and principles for the digital age. So that's what they have in common. And they can be directed, not just at public stakeholders, that is public power holder stakes, but also companies. And they are authored by various kinds of stakeholders, many of which actually also here in the room. So many of these digital bills of rights have a history of being created at an internet governance forum or similar event. Examples for these documents, and you'll see it on the slide, come from all over the place. And as you see in this list, they're quite diverse in terms of their bindingness, for example. The African Declaration of Internet Rights and Freedom, for example, is an example of a civil society-led initiative. Marco Civil in Brazil, many of you will know that, is a document that entails a comprehensive list of rights and principles for the internet, and there are many more. Many of those also today focus on AI. So what is the point of this database? We created a database because we wanted to bring all these documents into one place where they can be accessible to everyone, where they can be compared, where people can research them, where people can indeed use them for all of their purposes. So with people who we work with who use that for teaching and training and their own research. So it became also a good tool if you are interested in writing a list of principles for your organization or your event or for the world, that you have a look into these existing documents. The coding worked in a quite comprehensive way, in a hand-coded way. So you see a lot of people here on the list who contributed to the data collection and the data coding. This happened over 3 or 4 years. And what we coded for are substantive principles, 58 of those. And examples include freedom of expression, network neutrality, also multi-stakeholder governance. This has been funded by many people in the way, so I just have this slide up here. Because it's a long-term project, particularly to note maybe the Center for Advanced Internet Studies here in Bochum, which gave funding for the website, and the EU project REMIT. In the future, we plan to extend this. So the current database runs only until 2 years ago, so we have more documents to be coded. And we are also experimenting in a current project with LLM coding and how this can enhance, can support human coders, but also what kind of LLMs are how good in doing that kind of qualitative coding work by way of benchmarking. And we also plan to work with other partners who have other uses for this database for their own particular purposes. And I'm handing over to Marielle.
Excellent. So I will talk you through some of the more specifics of what actually is in this data set and what you will be able to work with in the database. So indeed, as was already mentioned, this is over 300 bills of digital rights, or 321. And they range for over 30 years. So the oldest one that we have in the collection is 1992, all the way up to 2023. And of course, we know that these keep on being developed. So if you would expand it in future projects, then of course the database can be expanded further. the interesting first thing that we're able to do with this data set is then to see the developments over time, so the frequency, how many of these bills are produced every year. And what you see here in the bottom is the total, but above it's split up, because we noticed that in the most recent years, a lot of the production actually is related to AI. So even though there is indeed peaks, a lot of that peak actually is related to AI and continuous thinking about how to marriage AI with human rights protection. What we find particularly important about the data set is that it gives you insight into the diverse actors that are behind these declarations that use this format to try and shape global thinking about rights. So here you can see who has been proposing it, so who are the developers and signatories. Where we see quite a large chunk of it is intergovernmental, so things like United Nations. But also, this is a format that civil society uses very actively. So you see a very large number of civil society actors here. But also in green, those are multi-stakeholder. So where multiple kinds of actors have come together to form a declaration. Another thing that you're able to see just on the basis of the database as a whole is also the global distribution. So Europe features very heavily within this collection, also global, so these international organizations. But at the same time, we of course also see that some regions are underrepresented, which can be for various reasons. And you see here also the different kind of actors. So for example, in the stack for Europe, you see the civil society represented in blue, very active, but also governments in this dark red. So that also is different for the different regions. So what the reason why we developed such a thing, so why we've invested so much effort, is that it is a unique tool for both research and teaching, and we've already been using it. So if you were able to join the GigaNet conference here as well on Monday, you've seen our presentation with some first research using this entire database, trying to see clusters, so which kinds of actors have been promoting which principles. We would be happy to share those results with you. But we've also been using it in teaching in the context of the Digital Constitutionalist blended intensive programs, of which the most recent one was in Salerno, that you see the picture here on the slide. And we very much invite you to also think about how you might apply it into your work. So now I'll hand it over to my colleague.
Yep.
There you go.
Thank you. So now, so far, maybe you are interested in using it already. So I will give you a little bit of walkthrough of how this dataset works. So when you go to, if you go to digitalconstitutionalism.org database, you see the first page as this. So it's really simple, it's really user-friendly. I'm not saying because I'm from the organization, but I find it really genuinely really simple. So there's keyword search bar, there's code book, there's also advanced search. So let's say that you have already in mind specific keyword or topics that you're interested in, but you're not sure what kind of documents are available. Then you can go to the advanced search, and you can see all these types of filtering that you can apply. And there's, for example, proponent type or proponent location, whether it is from Europe or Asia, like you can choose there. There are more varieties than that, but yeah. And also, if you go to topics, you can see the all 58 types of rights that we include for coding. So you can go there and then look what types of topics you're interested in specifically. And for example, if you're interested in human rights, and also maybe if you're interested in proponent type of multi-stakeholder, you can choose there. And you see a result something like this. It's really simple. On the left side, you can see the title and the released year, and you can go to details. And there you can not only see the released year or titles or URL directly led to the link, but also all types of the topics that included there, and also exactly where it is located inside the document. So it's really useful if you're specifically maybe interested in already human rights, but also, for example, freedom of disinformation or something like that. You can have a nice engagement there, and it's also, I forgot to mention that there's also a point that available language. So if you're interested in looking at the documents not only in English but also in other language, for example, for this document, it includes Nepali, English, and Spanish, and so on. So if you would like to compare some kind of documents in different language, that's also really useful. Yeah, so if you go to the document by the URL there, directly leads you to the page like this. And yeah, that's really it. So it's quite simple. If you have any feedback or comments, we will really appreciate it. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So this is unfortunately we couldn't get anyone who used the database on the stage, because they're all very busy doing their own sessions at the moment. But we did get a testimonial from IT for Change, who'll be using, and you see this on the screen, who are currently using this for their own institutes, their teaching institutes, and that's not academic research or academic teaching, but indeed more civil society-driven one. I think there are some things that we have to say in terms of the limitations. This data set is not until 2025. We said this earlier. We also, in terms of the languages, the fact that we, most of us researched these documents, collected them mostly in English and some other European languages, meant that we might have missed some documents. I mean, that's certainly something that we want to look into in the future. So if you have any documents that you know of that are not in the database, do check it out and let us know so we can put them on the list and can include them in the next instance of the data set. But now we actually want to turn it to you. If you have any questions, comments, ideas of how you can get involved, let us know. Yes. Oh, yeah. It is?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the presentation. Great resource, I think. I was wondering if in the future, what you also see is that terms of service and platforms conditions also include, to a degree, and increasingly so, constitutional language, such as users will have the right to use our services for such and such. Do you intend to see those as sort of documents of digital constitutionalism in the future, and will you then include them in the database as well?
Right.
Oh, it's an interesting question. Because, of course, I think that these terms of service, they're somewhere in between. It is where also a lot of national legislation gets translated into terms of service. So it's quite a particular type of document, where perhaps it is slightly different, that they do not try to create rights. While the documents that we have, many of them in the database, they're trying to fight for the establishment or trying to create certain formulations or combinations of principles. So they, of course, have a slightly different purpose. But still, I would like to, if you don't know of it yet, actually at the University of Bremen, there is another project that keeps track of these. So perhaps we might have at some point a very good interaction between the two different initiatives, where one is really focused on these terms of services and also tracking the changes over time, and then ours, which looks at these other kinds of documents.
Yeah, thank you for plugging that. Indeed, the Platform Governance Archive, .org, do check it out as well. It's a super interesting question, because we get this a lot and think a lot about all these submissions to the WSIS +20 process, the GDC, and different ways in which different stakeholders indeed spell out the rights and principles they think are important for a digital age. So the question is how to integrate those kind of documents, because they are massive in terms of the number they are. And that's really one thing that we could at least consider if we have a more efficient, more scalable way of coding those documents. So that is certainly one thing we have in mind when looking at the use of LLMs, or at least the collaboration between humans and LLMs and the coding process. Great question. Do you have any other questions? In the back.
Thank you. Thank you for this interesting presentation. I was wondering if maybe do you have like local partners, or how do you validate some of the documents that are in the database? For instance, I don't know, sometimes some documents might be or not binding, or some documents might not be really approved. That's something that, for instance, happens in Peru. Like there are a lot of Bill of Rights published in our governmental platform, but they are only drafts, only that's not specified. So I would like to know how was this process of gathering the information and having this validation of the nature of these documents?
I think one thing that's important that we do is when we input these documents into the database and when we code, we have different codes for the years in which they were initially published, the years in which we coded them, so that you can go back and you can say, well, this was a bill in 2011, it was passed in 2013, so you can at least go to the database and know they coded the 2011 version, so that you know that you can be sure. So that's very important in doing that kind of validation work. But absolutely, I think the updating is another thing, right? Because documents that are more recent, they will most likely have a development in them, in the sense that they might be passed or they might be indeed also rescinded. I mean, thinking about US AI regulation and so on, there could be these kind of things going on, and elsewhere too. So I think that's a great point. We do have we don't really currently have like local partners in that sense. So this is a research project that is mostly within the Digital Constitutionalism Network. The network is quite global in its reach. We do have members in most continents, but we don't have local teams in that sense. So this is also one way in which working with civil society groups or other researchers around the world would be quite useful. Anyone really who wants to contribute. So I'll reach out about that. Thanks. Other questions or comments? There are no other questions? Okay, so thank you so much for coming to this launch. Check out the website. And there's one more question. Sorry. So we have 3 minutes left, so you please go ahead.
Apart from tracking the text, do you try to track impact?
We do not, no. So what kind of impact do you mean? Like how do you...
Good question. Lots of different ways to measure that, but the question that I always have in looking at these things is, so what? Like, why do they matter? Who has used them? Have they been cited, like, I don't know, by a court, or have they influenced legislation? I mean, maybe one thing that would be really interesting would be a tool, maybe this is something that AI could help with, that might track whether these ideas have been implemented in legislation or regulation or terms of service. You could imagine showing that they matter by tracing the genealogy of ideas from these, or between these.
Absolutely, thank you.
No, absolutely, it's a great question and great suggestion as well. And at the same time, I think everyone here is aware that these are very complicated processes, where especially the impact of civil society actors is very difficult to really determine. But one thing that the database does allow you to do is to try and trace back when were certain ideas, when did they first become prominent? So who were involved, who were the first to use this kind of document to say, this needs to become a principle, this needs to have this kind of global recognition. So you are able to do that. But if you would want to look at the actual impact, then you would have to indeed take on board these other kinds of documents as well, just like the WSIS that was earlier mentioned, and to try and triangulate all of those, which also means that you then have to focus on smaller chunks of time, since you would not be able to do that for the entire 30 years, so that would be quite complicated. Indeed, where we move far beyond our human coders to be able to do that kind of research. But I would absolutely think that maybe this is a first step, where we're able to see what are really the key moments in time where things changed, and who were involved in those changes, and to then build new research projects around those.
And I think maybe let me add that there's 2 ways. You can either do a qualitative case study way, so that you look at one document and its impact in other ways. But using the database, you can potentially indeed do text correlations and how do certain principles sound compared, whether that actually helps you to do the kind of results in terms of impact, find out the results in terms of impact is questionable. I mean, I do have students who work on stuff and they look at like the GDC and what kind of documents might have impacted the GDC, and by doing that just in a language correlation is not necessarily giving you the answer, because many of you have been involved in the GDC process and know it's not just about all these documents submitted earlier. But I think the database is available to everyone, and so researchers can use it for all kinds of applications. Thank you, and I think now our time is up. Thank you so much for all these questions and the engagement. Have a great conference, and see you around.
Okay.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to welcome you to this launch session at the Open Stage. My name is Rafael Evangelista. I am a board member of CGI.br, the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. This session is about the book launch, Net Mundial Plus 10 statement in the 6 UN languages. So I'll have here with me, helping me with the book launch, Pierre Boni from AFNIC. Pierre, can you join us? Okay, Pierre, thank you. Valéria Betancourt from Association of Progressive Communication. Valéria, she's not here yet. Okay. Jennifer Chung from .asia. Hi, Jennifer. How are you? And Renata Miele will join us later after her session ends. Net Mundial provided an inclusive platform where relevant actors from all stakeholder groups and regions were able to convene, deliberate, and reach consensus on a new set of guidelines and recommendations. These were designed to address the most pressing challenges facing governance processes in our time. The result of an extensive and collaborative process, Net Mundial Plus 10 culminated in the document entitled Net Mundial Plus 10 Multi-Stakeholder Statement, Strengthening Internet Governance and Digital Policy Processes. This document is now being published within the CGI book series, and it is available in the 6 official languages of the United Nations, in addition to Portuguese. One of the, this is the book that I'm showing here, okay. One of the central ultimate outcomes of this process was the formulation of the São Paulo Multi-Stakeholder Guideline. These guidelines present a structured yet adaptable set of steps aimed at enhancing multi-stakeholder practices across various digital governance decision-making contexts. By doing so, the next Net Mundial Plus 10 outcomes contribute to fostering a more effective, inclusive, and results-oriented model of multi-stakeholder collaboration at the global level. The São Paulo guidelines seek to strengthen governance processes by offering a flexible, inclusive, and actionable framework, grounded in principles of transparency, participation, and adaptability, thereby reinforcing the legitimacy and effectiveness of multi-stakeholder approaches. In light of the importance of disseminating these outcomes widely, the statement has been translated into multiple languages and compiled into a book available in both digital and print formats. Launching this publication at the Internet Governance Forum is a meaningful milestone, one that allows us to promote and discuss the Net Mundial Plus 10 results with a broader global community. This moment is particularly significant given that Net Mundial Plus 10 recognized the IGF as a forum that ought to be further strengthened and as a central hub for Internet governance decisions. Today's launch also serves as a timely opportunity for reflection and dialogue, making 1 year since the Net Mundial Plus 10 event. So our session will feature contributions from key stakeholders involved in the process, who will discuss the São Paulo guidelines, the multi-stakeholder statement, and the challenges encountered in producing a multilingual publication of this nature. We are grateful for your presence here and engagement in this session. Printed copies of the book are available. Please feel free to request one if you have received one yet. And the digital version also can be accessed online at cgi.br. So thank you, and I'll hand out to our speakers. Perhaps Pierre can be the first one. Can you, please? Thank you.
Sí. So, obrigado. Thank you very much for
welcoming us here. So it's a little bit ironic because I'm going to speak in French, in English, sorry. Because while we are presenting this work that I will talk about a little bit later, in the UN official language and Portuguese, this open space that is a very cool one is the one where you don't have translation. So, so I will keep on speaking English, and just to share the fact that, first of all, having been invited by CGI.br and NIC.br is always a pleasure. We are at AFNIC the French registry, and we see the work that has been done by NIC.br and CGI.br for years as a real example of a multi-stakeholder approach. And an inspiring one, really. Just want to share, of course we are happy to have been able to contribute to translate in French this document, but I want to testify of something that is very important to us, is that Net Mundial and Net Mundial plus 10 are, I think, the best example of a multi-stakeholder approach that can deliver in a timely manner. And the timely manner is a very important point here. So we can be talking, and that's always good to talk, to exchange, to dig more and more and more some subjects. But sometimes people look at our model, at the multi-stakeholder model, saying, okay, that's nice, but it doesn't deliver anything. And Net Mundial and Net Mundial plus 10, at two very important moments of the internet governance. The first one, we remember it was after the Snowden thing, and just before the transition of the IANA function and the move of the American government, and Net Mundial plus 10, there was a sentiment of emergency. We had to talk and to see if together at a global level we had something to say, to add to what we said 10 years before. The decision to bring all the stakeholders lately, and CGI.br organized an online platform, very demanding and very efficient. And when you look at these 3 or 4 days of meeting in Sao Paulo that reach that point, you see that in 4 days you get a consensus that is a solid one, that can last for years, as in other fora you may talk for 10 years without having anything like that. So that's why, and I will finish with that, that's why we say, and that's not just to be polite, even if we try to be polite, but when we say that your work is inspiring, it's really inspiring. This way of delivering things has to be applauded. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierre, for such a nice words. And please, Jennifer.
Thank you very much. Well, that is a very hard act to follow, Pierre. I feel like we can just applaud and that's it. We can just celebrate. My name is Jennifer Chung. I work for .Asia, and .Asia is, of course, is the registry operator for the top-level domain, the generic top-level domain .Asia. We have a mandate to promote internet adoption and development and capacity building in Asia-Pacific. So obviously, when we're talking about translation, we're doing the Asian languages, specifically Chinese. But taking a half step back and really echoing a lot of things that Pierre has mentioned, Net Mundial and Net Mundial plus 10 is really held up to be such a shining example of what works, what actually can be done right with the multi-stakeholder process, with the multi-stakeholder model. And the fact that the entire community comes together and produces something so beautiful is testament to the fact that it actually works. And every time there are naysayers and criticisms about, oh, you know, multi-stakeholder process is messy, it's slow, it doesn't produce results. This is a result. It's beautiful. It's a book. 6 languages. Amazing. So taking another step back as well to look at the content of how we're looking at these things. When we were in the first time around, I was not quite in this space just yet, and I, you know, lean on the titans and the luminaries before me to actually set this. But I was part of the +10 review last year, and it was very interesting to see that the principles are still evergreen. It is enshrined in it. We reconfirm that these are the things we want to go for. And then the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines gives us a way to measure, to look at things with a critical eye, to actually make sense of when we're talking about multi-stakeholder model, we're not talking about one model. We're not talking about a monolith. There are different ways to look at and measure. And another important part is how can we improve the multilateral process? And this actually tells us very much how we can do this. In fact, sitting here, you know, in UN IGF, UN itself is multilateral, but the IGF is multi-stakeholder, and that is the beauty of it. How we are able to work together in this kind of environment. And this is one of the things that really allows us to look at it in a very critical eye. I guess I'm going to turn a little bit to the translation part, which is why I'm here. The interesting part about my mother tongue, Chinese, is I actually have 2, because I speak Cantonese, because I am from Hong Kong, but I also speak Mandarin, which is, of course, the official language, the official Chinese. The script itself is also quite interesting. We have the traditional script, which looks a little more complicated because when you look at the character, oh, there's a lot more lines. And of course, there's the official script, which is simplified. So when we looked into the translation process, we really had to, even within the Chinese community, do a lot of collaboration because we find that certain terms are translated in different ways. And to be as inclusive as possible, we had to consult with and coordinate and cooperate with many, many different friends. So it really isn't just .Asia doing everything. It absolutely isn't. So it's .Asia. There's friends from mainland. There's Scenic friends. There's also friends who understand the different terminologies that is used with the Chinese-speaking community around the world. So I guess I'll stop here with a little bit of flavor and context of that in the translation and hand it right back to you.
Thank you, Jennifer. We have here Valeria. She could make. And so, thank you for joining us. And please, the floor is yours.
Apologies for being late, just running from one session to another. I really value the opportunity to talk about my experience of assisting with the translation into Spanish. But before I dig into the specific issue, what I want to say is that, and I have been saying in different panels, that when we look back at processes that we engage in relation to shaping internet governance and the governance of digital technologies in general, we not only remember the issues that were important for us, the people that we met, the collaborations that we established, we really remember how things happened, how the process was conducted. And I think this is at the core of the multi-stakeholder guidelines. These principles and these guidelines really help us to build different ways of running processes when it has to do with the application of the multi-stakeholder approach to not only to the conversations, but actually to the collaborations and to finding solutions, which I think help us to address specific problems, either acknowledging that there are different interests on the table, acknowledging that the dynamic of a stakeholder engagement is not easy, but actually helping us to move beyond the simple dialogue and conversation, which is essential and important, to specific solutions to address the different and critical challenges that we face in order to crystallize the vision that many of us envisage of having governance that is inclusive, that is democratic, that is transparent, that is accountable. So that all of that is at the center of these guidelines, and the possibility to honor also the principles that were stated 20 years ago in relation to inclusivity in the information society. It's not only to sit in the different stakeholders on the table, but actually to be able to meet their interests and to respond to the realities that people face, acknowledging that the way in which tech is embedded in our lives is really rendering us in many different ways. So in relation to the translation is not just a mere transposition or literal transposition of a specific content from one language to another. When doing the translation, we are actually also expressing different views of reality, different perspectives. So in that sense, the translation in Spanish is not only an exercise and an attempt, an effort to expand the reach of the multi-stakeholder guidelines, but I think it is a very important effort to actually respond to the contextual realities that are needed in order to be able to make progress in democratic governance. So that's the importance for me of having the multi-stakeholder guidelines, the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines in different languages has to do with that. It's not only a communication strategy, it's not only the possibility for different people to be able to relate with the principles and the guidelines in their own language, but for me it's actually mostly an attempt to respond to the contextual realities of people. If we really want to be inclusive, if we really want to be able to make progress in terms of democratic governance. So let me leave it like that for now.
Thank you very much, Valeria. We have time for questions. Yes? Thank you.
Yeah, greetings, everybody. The process that took place about 11 years ago, the first Net Mundial, of course, those that could remember, you know it was like a conscience on the whole information ecosystem. So the Net Mundial process has become the conscience of the information society vis-a-vis the multi-stakeholder engagement. So the process was great. Oh, before I forget, I'm Jimson Olufuye from Africa, Africa. The process involved is really a case in point. And I'm so happy that this is being translated so that others can benefit from it. The scoping, the engagement, and the inclusivity across the region is exemplary. And we've been talking about this a lot in Nigeria. And our government people, they've taken, in fact, they have a dossier of it, and it's like the reference point. And we are scaling it across Africa. And so we also offer to at least translate into Swahili, into Yoruba, into Hausa. So we will proceed with that initiative as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more comments? Everton, please. I should say that this was possible because of the great team that we have on nick.pr, those persons who were able to do in a timely manner, and Everton was one of those.
One of those.
And Vinicius was the other, and many
Flavio,
other people.
Paula, so all the nick.pr team. Thank you, Rafa. Just very quickly, just as a follow-up of what Jimson was mentioning, Net Mundial, the success of Net Mundial depends a lot on the future of what we did 1 year ago. So it's a living experience. The process didn't stop on those 2 days that we gathered in São Paulo. part of that is also that the process of translation is still ongoing. So we are open to keep receiving those translations in other languages. The 6 UN languages are published here with the book, but we have an ongoing efforts in other languages as well. So please feel invited to send us those new translations, to contact us also to make those translations available. They will be credited on NetMundial Plus 10 website. So join the effort, because the future of NetMundial is still ongoing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Everton. We have here with us Jorge Cancio, who was also involved in the process of translation, and we will have a few words from him. Please, Jorge. Oh, anything you want.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jorge Cancio from the Swiss government. I'm very sorry that I was late. We had an open forum just discussing, amongst other things, how we can use the NetMundial Plus 10 and the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines to inspire the different processes we have. So it's really in our hands. So it's like the translations. Well, we did one into Italian, and then our colleague Titi Casa really went over because some of the terminology of our translators wasn't entirely correct. But yeah, it's a joint collaboration. And we did also one to German, and I think nobody else looked at that one but us, but I think it was quite okay. And yeah, it's really in the hands of everyone. But both the overall document, the NetMundial Plus 10 document, and especially the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines, which are very close to my heart, not only because of the product, but because of the process we had before Sao Paulo and in Sao Paulo last year, which was really amazing, very intense, very heavy, also in emotions, but very productive. It's really in our hands to put them to work. I think that's the most important part of them, to them, because if it's just a piece of paper, it will get forgotten in some years of time. But if we put them to use, be it here in the dynamic coalitions, be it in the best practice fora, be it in the policy networks, or be it in the national and regional IGFs, they will really gain some reality. They will inform what we do on a in a multi-stakeholder fashion at the different levels. So I really invite you, wherever your responsibility lies, be it at the local, at the national, at the regional, or at the global level, to really use them, to put them to work, and to bring back your feedback on what works, what doesn't work, where we have to improve them. And here in the IGF, which is like the caretaker of the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines, thanks to the invitation of NetMundial Plus 10, this is the place to then keep on evolving them. And just very small commercial on my side in that sense, we are trying to implement them for the Swiss IGF. So we have a role in the Swiss IGF. We are part of a multi-stakeholder community there. And now we are looking into how we use the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines to make sure that the processes that affect the Swiss IGF are really bottom-up, open, inclusive, and take into account also the asymmetries of power and influence of the different stakeholders, which is the first guideline from Sao Paulo. So I'll leave it by that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. I'll hand out the microphone to Renata Miele, who was able to join us from another session. Please, Renata.
Well, I'm sorry, I was in another session. First of all, thank you everybody for being here for our book launching. And what I'm going to say? I'm going to say that I'm very, very, very happy to see that the work we've done in Net Mundial Plus 10, it was a hard work. We joined some marvelous people in our AGALEC, the committee, the high-level committee that put the Net Mundial who organize and help to deline all the discussions we've made in Net Mundial. And some are here with us now and in the IGF. And it's very, very wonderful. There is no words to say how amazing it is to see when we are on a workshop and see people of all the world making reference to the Net Mundial multi-stakeholder guidelines. What we try to do when we start this discussion on CGI.br, well, let's do another Net Mundial. I think we achieve our goal, and I hope these guidelines can impact on the future of the governance of the internet and the governance of the digital world in a way that the multi-stakeholder approach can be improved and applied in everywhere. So thank you very much. I'm very happy with the result of our collective job, because only in the collective we can achieve things that can be have a real impact in the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renata. Any more comments? I see people here who were involved in the process. Anyone want to comment? Anything? No? Jennifer, please.
Just a quick comment, actually. I was going to go straight to Akinori. I wanted to acknowledge that he is also on the HLAC, and I'm sure he's going to talk about the translation.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Akinori Maemura, one of the members of the HLEC for the Net Mundial Plus 10. And then I am actually the Net Mundial 2014. I was involved in the EMC. So this is my second fabulous experience to join this party. I'd like to share two things. One is as the Jorge said, the process was great. I was so totally astonished by the editing process. You know, can you imagine that the all HLEC member is in the Zoom call, and then from all over the world, editing the same, a single Google document to move ahead. So a lot of cursors here and there, and editing, and someone doing some editing in you know, a little bit, you know, what do you say? The sentence of the forthcoming sentences. So it is really dynamic, dynamic process to edit, and then my brain is really sizzling to catch up the discussion. That's one thing. And then another thing is I actually contributed for the Japanese translation of the Net Mundial Plus 10 statement, and then it is you know, only, you know, contributing for the Japanese community for you know, better understand what is Net Mundial Plus 10 statement and the guidelines are. But it is, for me, it is very important that that statement is not only the statement, but it is get more valuable when it was utilized, made use of in their own process. So I'd like to have it utilized in Japanese, some, you know, some multi-stakeholder process in the Japanese community. So if it is utilized like that, then the value of this document is more and more tangible and then a substantial one. So that's 2 points of mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vinicius, please.
Thank you. I'm Vinicius. I was part of the NetMundial Secretariat, as they mentioned. I won't repeat many of the great sentences that you all already brought to us here in this group, but just to add a small comment related to the translation process itself, we could just reach this result here, this book, because we had a lot of help. We needed and we had a lot of help from many people, from these people here, but also from other people that are not here exactly. For example, we had also Manau, so just recognizing here Manau, Christina Arida, also Zaina, that were responsible for reviewing the translation to the Arabic. We had the same for the Russian translator. We had a collaborator as well. His name? Leonid Todorov, that was also responsible for reviewing the translation for us. We had translators, some translations, it was really a collaborative process. So we had some translations that were made from people here with us. Also some translations made by specific professionals hired for that. But all the translations were reviewed by people of the field, of this field here, the internet governance community, and people that were involved with the NetMundial process and could review the work and help us out with all the details, because there are a lot of details, and you know that. So that's it, just to recognize these people and all this work, because it's a very complex and very minimalistic work, and we really need to be very helped to reach this kind of result. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Vinicius. Sure.
A very important comment that I want to make, well, I hope it is important, but as many of you know, we are going through the Plus 20 review of the World Summit on the Information Society. And I think these instruments that we have here, it has very practical pragmatic steps and recommendations on how to make inclusion a reality. And I mention this because the opportunity that the Plus 20 review of the WSIS present us is to precisely increase the representation of underrepresented views, perspectives, communities, stakeholders. And I think if we really want to achieve the WSIS vision and to make progress in terms of a digital future with dignity and justice, it cannot happen if we don't really, in practice, at all levels, national, regional, local, global, increase the representation of perspectives that have been overlooked or because of different reasons are not present here as they should be. So I think this is a powerful instrument for us to use in order to make sure that those voices, perspectives, and realities are taken into consideration as part of the review. So we actually can move towards a future that, you know, is truly more inclusive.
Thank you. Pierre?
Yeah, thank
Jennifer?
you. If I can add a few words, because I was so thrilled by the process that everyone talked about, that I almost talk about that only. But on the translation process in French, so first of all, I want to thank Lucien Castex, because it has been a work to read the translation that we asked to a professional translator. And in that process, I think, we see in this document that the concept of the internet governance are better translated than, for instance, the official translation that we can find even in the UN system. Because when you had the WSIS, for instance, the translation of the Geneva Declaration and Agenda of Tunis was made by very competent translators from the UN system, but not from the field. So now if you look at the words, at least in French, there is a new translation of IG concept that is closer to the field than it was before. So maybe it gives an idea for the next WSS plus 20 process to ask some of the community, of the multi-stakeholder community, to read the official translation of the UN before they are published. Maybe it will be more understandable later. But anyway, thank you to have given us this opportunity to do it. And once again, thank you to Lucien, who have done that brilliantly in French. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, please.
Thank you so much. Just very briefly, because of what Akinori and Valeria said about going through the WSIS plus 20 process, and actually this is a good time to use and actually kind of enshrine these principles, these guidelines into the input. And I wanted to take up on specifically on translation because of language, because we are, when we live and breathe internet governance and multi-stakeholderism, we live and dream it, we are able to actually translate it into our native languages. And this actually helps us with capacity building in our own communities for them to understand these concepts so they too can be leveled up to be able to substantively input into the WSIS plus 20 process. So this is such a valuable undertaking, and thank you again, CGI.PR, Renata, and all of those, I'm looking around, I don't see them anymore. Everton and Vinicius and all of, oh, there you are, to actually do this, to enable us to have this resource so we can uplift our own communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We thank us, you, Jennifer. People are saying to me that I have to say to you that you are the copy of this book is free, so please pick up one of these. We have some on our booth as well on the CGI.PR, but I think there are many on the tables, on the chairs. And anything anyone wants to add? Some more comments or from the audience? We still have 5 minutes. I want to ask you a question, if you allow me. Is there anything in the process of translation that made more clear to you or made more important to you some of the principles that are in this book? Like, I know that the process of translation is always a process of rethinking, reflecting on the text. So if you have something on your mind. Jorge told us about power imbalances, which is very much addressed in this book. So please.
I can say something. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, translation it's also permeated by politics. Yeah, your politics, your understanding of processes, of existence, of issues, of problems, of your own reality, all of that is also translated into the exercise of translating content. So in that sense, I think the fact that we have the Net Mundial principles in different languages, it also increases the level of appropriation. And appropriation of the instruments that we have at the moment, whether they are frameworks of principles, whether they are guidelines, whether they are set of policies or practices, whatever the instrument it is, the possibility to relate with those instruments on your own language, I think increases the possibility or appropriate them in a way that is meaningful. And only by being meaningful, we can engage with the governance arrangements that could respond to the challenges that we face in a way that really means something for the different groups and realities. So that is what I want to highlight in terms of the translation. It's not exempt of those politics and the political dimension that the processes have, particularly if they have to do with the governance of digital technology.
Thank you. Renata?
I want to make a comment, not about the translation process, but about the importance in have the guidelines in different languages. When we are, when I'm going to discuss the Net Mundial Plus 10 guidelines with Spanish people, I don't read the guidelines in English or in Portuguese. I look for the guidelines in Spanish because I can see the difference in the impact that the very specific language has in the translation. So for us, it's amazing to see that. When I'm going to talk about in English, I go to the English version because it's different for the Portuguese. And other day, I make a meeting and I talk about the Net Mundial Plus 10 for Brazilian people. And I didn't read the Portuguese version till that moment. And I saw differences that make more sense in Portuguese. So for us, also is important to have this book in all these languages. It's very interesting and education process for me.
Jorge?
Yeah, perhaps a similar example. We were having a discussion in the management board of my office where we were talking about a process, a procedure that was rather internal, but that had some elements of needing inclusion and openness. And it was super handy for me because I could refer to the text, to the process steps, both in German and in French, because normally it's the languages we work in, we discussed. And it has a completely different impact for my colleagues who are not used to work in English, so that I could show them, indicate them the text I was referring to in German or in French. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? I think our time is over, so please, Renata, want to say something? No? Yeah.
Yes, no. I want to say, don't go. Let's take a picture with everybody who is here from DH LEC before closing the session.
Okay, so let's make a picture. But thank you all for attending this presentation. And please pick up a copy of the book. Okay, thank you.
How do you get close to a building? How do you get under the skin of a building? To me, that is to do with certain types of intimacy and direct relationships. There is no such thing as architecture for the sake of architecture. There is only architecture for the sake of people.
When I got this job and I came here, I realized I wanted the nature into the play. You can't fight this, nature. So I just wanted to be a friend with the surroundings. And then we understood, let's call Snøhetta. And I was just like, this water is too far away from the audience. Should we just move the audience towards the water? And then they said, we'll solve it. And then they brought the water to the audience instead.
Working in the office environment in Norway, the biggest difference was that everyone's allowed to be themselves. What's unique here, it's that it very much is a flat structure.
The first time I came into the office of Snøhetta, I thought, I'll be an architect. This is where I want to be. And it seems like it's a kind of realization of the social democratic idea.
Initially, in the mind of Norwegians, Snøhetta is a mountain. It's really not a design and architectural practice. And this mountain is a sort of a gravity point of Norway. So if you put your finger up at where the mountain Snøhetta is located, the whole of Norway would balance in weight.
I don't even know, like, this is like a story that I've been told. And then I've kind of like made it my own, but that's loud in Snøhetta, so it's okay. The whole reason for why we're called Snøhetta is this philosophy of that everyone can go to Snøhetta, but no one can take Snøhetta with them. So it's kind of like this same philosophy about like nature of Norway, where it's for everyone. It's not something that we own.
There's someone owning this lake and also these surroundings. They're an owner, private owner, but everybody can walk in these forests.
By keeping the nature publicly accessible, you also say that you can own the ground, but it doesn't really only belong to you. And that is beautiful because that's how one should look at Earth and the Earth per se.
This same philosophy is also applied to the way we approach our projects. Like the Opera House, the architecture allows everyone to use it.
You can sit, lay down, have your food. You can even, people skate on it. You can walk on it, although it doesn't belong to you legally. So intimacy in a moment generates ownership. Now, for instance, now I'm sitting on this chair. So while I'm sitting on this chair, it's my chair. But once I go away, it's the chair of the Opera House.
The cultural experience used to be only for the elite. But what we did by just being able to use the building, you are straight away more close to what happens on stage and the culture behind it.
You become part of the Opera House even though you don't necessarily have visited any performances. And the roof of the Opera House is utilizing this right of roaming, you could say. If you want to connect to something, you also have to be able to use it. Like the Wild Reindeer Pavilion, it's part of a series that we have called keyless structures, meaning places without a lock. You can walk in and out, it's open. You don't have to ask anyone, you just go. And that in itself is a virtue of openness and inclusiveness. That's when things are starting to get equal. And the funny thing is, we wanted maybe people to take out their knives and engrave certain messages in the wood, but they don't. So the larger public feel that they should be taking care of it. Now, part of the discussions we were having with Opera House on the whiteness of the opera is that it will be sprayed down by graffiti artists. Nothing. Not one piece. You protect it, because it's also partially yours.
The Norwegian nature is owned by everyone. Once we come into nature, we get kind of stripped from everything that we are. We become equals. We're not defined by our job, our positions, our cars, or our house. We are just humans.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm Audrey Mokley. I'm the Deputy Director at Open Mic. And for those of you who don't already know us, we are a nonprofit that works with investors on issues around tech and society. And we had initially envisioned something a bit more formal, a bit longer for this. But I think instead it would just be a great opportunity for everyone to just get to know each other and talk about each other's work. But to start off the conversation, I'll offer a consideration. So Ian Bremmer, who's the founder of the Eurasia Group, he recently wrote this article in Foreign Affairs called The Technopolar Paradox. And his argument is that the world has now entered a technopolar moment, which is one where a small number of large tech companies now compete with states for geopolitical influence. And so what he says is that these companies exercise a form of sovereignty over the digital space and increasingly in the physical world. And so people like Musk, Altman, Zuckerberg, and Bezos are not only driving stock market returns, but also controlling aspects of civil society, politics, and international affairs. And so my question to all of you to kind of kick off the conversation is, if Bremer's right and we're in this technopolar moment, how do we as civil society and investors and government push for accountability in an environment where tech companies are now the leading powers? What levers of influence are left? Or is Bremer wrong, and why? And yeah, hopefully some of you are optimists, because I'd like to hear that. And with that, yeah, hopefully we can just circle amongst ourselves and chat about it. Thanks.